Good morning. As the director of the hosting institution, I would like to welcome you at the Château de Zelnem for this workshop entitled Innovation for Culture within the framework of the Assets project. We are delighted to host this event, and I would like to welcome the representatives of the Assets project, representatives from the European Commission, which are funding the project under the ICT PSP program, as well as interested representatives from the heritage sector and the research and academic communities. And of course, all online participants in this meeting, notably through our streaming and Twitter services. The reasons why the CVC is very interested from the beginning on in participating in the Assets projects were firstly related to the long history the Center has with the Europeana, among others as content provider. And secondly, the Assets project was of more particular interest to us as it treated the questions of content research and accessibility, especially in a multimedia setting, as well as questions of interoperability and transferability of this service in regard to other types of platforms, including the CVC platform. Gisela Sion, who is our project leader for Assets, will get into this further after the coffee break. But I would like to give you, to start with some background information on the CVC and on Luxembourg. Research and innovation is a priority of the Luxembourg government, and so the public research sector has developed considerably over the past few decades. The CVC actively participates in this sector, notably in the humanities field and more precisely in the European integration studies domain. One of its distinctive features, however, is the development and the deployment of its research and valorization activities within a digital environment. On a national level, the Center works closely together with other research centers and especially the University of Luxembourg. The CVC has a long history working in a digital environment, starting out in the 90s of the past decades, past century, by using CD-ROMs for the publication of its collections of the European integration process. CD-ROMs are long gone, and I've trouble explaining today to my 8-year-old daughter what those heroic pre-internet times were all about. So the CVC has evolved over time at the same rhythm as technologies and related needs and possibilities triggered by these developments. When I was preparing for this welcome speech, I was wondering how to best situate the center's activities within this environment, and I thought of the notion of a cloud. Yes, I admit, lately it's a well-used, if not abused, word to describe the current humanities environment. And especially as I don't like to categorize too much or be put into boxes. A lot of these elements within this cloud interact or overlap, and as such, it is more a question of degree or granularity of participation than a question of predefined boxes where these elements need to be put in. So I quite like the image of the cloud because it's a fuzzy notion. The cloud easily changes its shape. The elements within this cloud can easily change location or proportion, and so on. So, in my view, there's not an opposition, like some might think, between a humanities digital research infrastructure or a digital infrastructure for the heritage sector. But they all participate at different degrees in these humanities clouds. Some of these infrastructure might be repositories or digital libraries with a focus on digitization. Some of them will offer tools and methods to work with objects and collections. Others might put the emphasis on collaboration between communities of interest. What makes the difference sometimes between these infrastructures is the perspective, the point of view. The initiatives might come from the scientific or cultural sector or are situated at an institutional, national, or European level, or, like it is our case, are subject-related or even media or project-related. So, from a scientific humanities perspective, from a research perspective, we need to interact with these research-enabling infrastructures, with heritage infrastructures. We need access to all that material which is collected within archives or libraries to address our research questions. So ideally, from a CVC viewpoint, for example, we would like to be able to access and use these archival objects in a standardized, perennial, digital format, work with them, add value, create knowledge, and integrate them in our research corpora, our enriched publications. But to be able to do this seamlessly in a transparent and secure way, we need cooperation, we need interoperability. But again, this is a much used word. But what we essentially need are bridges. We need bridges to connect the different elements in this cloud with each other. If we don't have these bridges, there will be no e-humanities cloud. And there has already been a lot of work done in this direction. And in this respect, the CVC follows and participates in relevant initiatives. In this context, Europeana and the Assets Project are important examples, as are initiatives like Daria or Clarin in the humanities research area. But there still needs a lot to be done more. Apart from investing into digitization on one hand, more needs to be invested, and especially on the European level, into development. And I mean specifically into research and innovation to ensure the development of multi-perspective and interoperable e-humanities infrastructures. So I'm very much looking forward to the round table of this afternoon, during which we might outline some innovative ideas for the future related to cultural and greater e-humanities environment. But let me just give you a few more words on the CVC. And as I said before, the CVC is a stakeholder in this environment, as we are developing a subject-related digital infrastructure. It consists basically of resources, methods, and tools, and is first intended for the scientific community, but also for academic communities or even interested citizens in a valorization perspective of research results. So our digital infrastructure is work in progress. It allows for publication and access to our digital resources, the creation, exploration, and processing of data and material, and of course, collaboration, exchange, and interaction. To continue also to develop the center's infrastructure and to cope with the evolving needs of the users and technological process, the center has reinforced also its digital humanities function, and we have created the Digital Humanities Lab. The DH Lab will also initiate and participate in European projects and networks to share our expertise, but also, and this is important, to integrate findings within our own infrastructure, which is dedicated to European integration studies to the humanities. And as I said, European integration is at the heart of our work. It is an interdisciplinary team working on research questions which are related to this European integration process. Their publications are mainly digital research corpora, digital thematic files which can be accessed through our cvc.eu website. The approach of the CVC is a vertical one. It is integrated, multi-layered, and multidisciplinary, and as such relates to a certain number of areas of expertise. The European integration studies are, of course, the focal point of the center. But as we work almost exclusively in a digital environment, as we use digital methods and tools to address research and publications questions, the center needs competencies in domains as different as digital humanities, IPR, ICT development, content management, and digital media production, multilingualism, to name a few. These skills and expertise we will continue to share and develop with our partners to meet future challenges in the humanities and cultural heritage fields. And before passing on to Sylvia Boy, I would just like to extend an invitation to you on some upcoming events. It's on the 20th and 21st of March, the CVC, in cooperation with the University of Luxembourg, organizes here in Luxembourg an international symposium on digital humanities, which could be very interesting also for the future works of Europeana and related projects. And it concerns websites as sources of research in the humanities. And this is followed by a non-conference, DACA, which we organize in cooperation with the Center for Digital Humanities of the University of Trier, And it gathers in an informal way humanists, computer scientists, digital media artists, basically anybody who is interested in the fusion of history, culture, heritage, and digital media. So which is at the core of what we are discussing today also. So the Assets project almost arrived at its end, and today's workshop will certainly be very interesting to get an overview of its achievements, but also to open up perspectives for the future. So again, warm welcome to all of you. Thank you for your attention, and I pass on to Sylvia Boy for an introduction to the workshop.
Cécile, c'est le moment de lui montrer comment tenir un micro.
Okay, thank you very much, Marianne, for the welcome. Thank you very much for hosting us in this very beautiful place that we have the opportunity to visit. And I would like to introduce the project, saying some words and some reasons why we are organizing this event. Our project is a project co-funded by the European Commission under the program TSP. And this program is not a research program, but is a program related to competitiveness and innovation. And this is why what we want to do today is to put our project inside a global overview that means how innovation can help culture. So innovation for culture. What is innovation? Innovation is a change. It's a change that creates, generates progress. Because what we need to do is to start to go ahead with new ideas, with new technologies, and with new approach. Because it's not just the technologies that bring innovation, but it is also the approach and new business models that can create business around culture. So today we have invited speakers coming from different domains that all of them are interested in cultural heritage. In order to create innovation, what we have to do is create cooperation, to share our ideas, to share our efforts, to create something in common. Each of the different stakeholders of the value chain that bring results to innovation has to bring their piece of work, and all together can create the innovation, can create something new. In fact, if I would like to show the program.
Allez, allez. Tapote. Et le micro maintenant.
And I don't know.
Il faut lui montrer le micro maintenant. Tu le montres.
Okay, and today our event is not just focusing on presenting the results of the project, but we present a wider context. We have the event is split in different sections. So we have the introduction where we present the context where assets has developed. We have the European Commission, this is our funding body. It is not only the funding body, but it's also the body who gives the policies to bring to successful projects and to successful results. Then we have Europeana, that is the European Digital Libraries, that is the measure beneficiaries of our results. And the Europeana Technical Information Directors is here to present the Europeana and the future developments. Then we have the Asset Project, we have the Luigi Briguglio, the Assets Coordinator, that will explain the rationale of the project and will give an introduction. Then we have the content provider vision. The content provider that will bring their experience in the Europeana. We have some content providers that started the works with Europeana since the beginning and can give us a good evidence on which are the benefits of being part of Europeana. And we will have Ghislaine from C2C. They will present some adoption of the asset services for CVC. Then in the second part, we will have a service, the asset service demonstration. Here we have a concrete demos. We will show you the services that has been developed, and some of them has been integrated into the European real environment. Then after the break for the lunch, we will have a round table. The round table will be very interesting because we will start some discussion on new ideas. New ideas that means which are the needs, which are the expectations, which is the future that can bring culture as the first place. Because culture is an heritage, very powerful, that we have in Europe, and we need to exploit the culture in the best way in order to make it a means of profit that can be business. So we can build business around culture for guaranteeing the sustainability of culture and the sustainability of the services that will support the cultural heritage exploitation. So this is just an introduction. We will have the opportunity during the day to see different aspects of the same context. And at the end, we will have these discussions that I would like that all of you will participate in this discussion. I would like to do something interactive because it's really important that there is an exchange. Let's start to have this approach of sharing and of exchanges. From our side, from the speaker side, so we have industries, we have content provider, we have public administration, we have all those stakeholders that create our ecosystem. But there is also the final users, there is also the vision of the user that want to exploit and to use culture. And you are an important part of the overall ecosystems. And we would like today to take the opportunity to have a discussion of everybody. Everybody has the opportunity to say his idea, to say his suggestions on how to go forward, how to prepare our future, because we want innovation, and innovation is a change. It is a change, a positive change that can give us the possibility to progress, to create also social economic growth. This is something very important in this period. We know that we need to use our knowledge, our experience, our potentials to create something really powerful. Now I will leave the floor to the first speaker, that is Francesca Borrelli from the European Commission. She is a project officer of the INSO and from the European Commission, and she is also the Assets Project Officer. Thank you, Francesca.
Thank you. Good morning.
On change de micro ou pas?
My name is Francesca Borrelli, and I would like to thank you for having invited me to this event and in this wonderful location. And I would like to introduce very few concepts this morning. And first of all, the asset project, the best practice network assets worked in these last 2 years for improving the accessibility and usability of Europeana through a series of services like indexing and ranking, metadata enrichment, browsing, characterization, and community and digital preservation services. Among these, I would say that one of the main results of the project is the integration of two of these services, the query suggestion, and metadata-based ranking into the real environment of Europeana. And so it is the assets and its contribution to Europeana. In the last months, in my unit, we have been analyzing some data and from Europeana. We have been studying some statistics provided by Europeana, and we analyze Europeana from two perspectives. One is the content and one the tool. So from the content perspective, we watched the content distribution by country, and we saw that it's gradually becoming more equal. And even if, the differences are still there, and we also see that there are the material present on Europeana is mainly material of images and text, while there is less, a small percentage of sound and video. And the situation of IPR, this is mainly due to the first projects who did not focus on the point, but we, on Europeana, most of the material is without the intellectual property rights status. And from the content provider, most of the content comes from museum, library, national cross-domain services. On the other side of tools, a lot of tools, essential tools, have been developed in this year, not only by the core projects of Europeana version 1, version 2, but also from all the projects like assets that have been founded around Europeana. We classified these tools in three main categories: metadata modeling, enriching and enhancement, and metadata preparation and user-oriented tools. And assets, I think, contributed mainly on two of these, metadata modeling and as well as user-oriented tools. So we can see that Europeana is moving from a stage of building and the startup phase where it was important to aggregate content and developing tools to a more mature, I would say, stage. And to reach this stage, Europeana sets a lot of ambitious goals for the future. Beside the content objectives of the 30 million objects by 2015, also other aspects are very important for Europeana, like improving the functionality in order to widen the access and the users of Europeana. The reuse of the content is getting more and more important, the interactivity, the multilingual aspect, and to widen the content, the use of Europeana also to other groups like educational context, and not only. But an important goal for Europeana is to open up the content to another important industry in Europe, which is creative industry, that can, where there can be synergies between the cultural industry and the creative industry. So it's important for Europeana to try to establish these links and these initiatives with the creative industry in order to use the content, of course, and not only, but to create a process in order to produce more cultural and creative contents. And in this way to build up economic activities on these resources. Of course, another important point for Europeana is the respect of the intellectual property rights. So in order to help and support Europeana in this development, in this
in the future steps. The program CIP-ICT PSP in this year for the work program from 2012 is built up around three main objectives, and one of these is Europeana and the creativity. The other two are less related, even if there are points that can be related to Europeana. The Europeana and creativity object, 24 million euro have been allocated to this object, and this object is then divided into 4 sub-objectives or outcomes. One is specific for Europeana, the first content for Europeana, and this will found several best practice network in order to continue and to the aggregation of the content for Europeana, and other which are also related to Europeana but can go even beyond and are related to the cultural and creative resources. Another best practice for the experimentation of use of cultural material, which is already on Europeana, but even beyond. And then 2 pilots will be funded on European rights. One of to develop a registry of orphan works of audiovisual, and the other for standardization of property rights. And last, a thematic network. A thematic network important for publishers and ICT providers in order to find a new business model for creating this economic activity through the use of publication in the digital economy. So the aims of this object is, of course, of promote the access to Europe cultural resources, but also the use of the creative use of cultural content to use and to produce cultural content, and also to establish good synergies and collaboration with the creative industries. So the call is just a few information on the call. The call is open and will close on 15 May at 5 p.m. That's true, huh? And of course, you have to be careful to take into account all eligibility criteria, because all the proposals which will not take into account the eligibility criteria will not evaluated at all. Here I put just to remember the how to create the consortia, and these are all the tools that you have to find information on the call. Thank you for your attention, and
thank you, Francesca. And if you have some questions, or if you want to take the opportunity to, during the coffee break, to have some discussion with Francesca, I suppose she's welcome to give you answers. And now I will invite here Jan from Europeana. And as I said before, he is the technical and operations director of Europeana. He is the technical guru, is the man who knows everything about the Europeana platform and the Europeana services. Today he will give an overview of Europeana and will present the future development of Europeana.
Okay, Yes, I will join the previous speakers in thanking Assets and CVSE to invite us to present on Assets and what we have done so far. Francesca already explained a little bit about the aims for the next years for Europeana and for the projects around it. And I would like to go into some more detail about that and explain what concretely we are doing to achieve those goals. We see our mission as providing access to culture, promote creativity, and through access and creativity create growth. Growth in knowledge, but also very real part of that is economic growth. Some of you may have seen this image already. We try to divide the work that we do in Europeana in a number of what we call strands. We aggregate content. So bring back the metadata and the bring together the metadata and the content, and we distribute that through the portal, through the APIs, etc. And we also facilitate the network, make exchange knowledge, etc. And we try to engage the users of the content more deeply with the content. So make sure that they not only can find it, but can also use, reuse, and use it as the basis of their own creations. If you look at our priorities for the coming years on the partner side, some of you may recognize this as a business model canvas. If you look at the partner side, we want to strengthen the Europeana network and blend it into a European cultural commons. So European network becomes one entity within that European cultural commons. On the activities, on the way we do it, we still have some process improvements that we want to do. Make it easier for people to contribute content. Make it easier for people to reuse content. We want to create some awareness with the potential users, not only end users. You won't see a big Google AdWords campaign because that's not the way you promote something like Europeana. You won't see billboards in the streets, of course, but we will try to find ways of making people aware that there is this point of access for cultural information. We want to focus on distribution channels rather than just the portal, also emphasize mobile and API. And we want to, even more than before, try to be a facilitator of innovation. On the aggregate strand, the longer term goal is to get the information together so that we can put it where the user needs it. That means that we have to strengthen the network, build the European Cultural Commons, make the data more interoperable by aligning, wherever possible, aligning standards, by making sure that information from the various domains, from libraries, from museums, from archives, can be presented together in a meaningful way, and by making it easier to contribute information to Europeana and share information. If you look at the partner network, a very strong. Oh, sorry. What just? Oh, I touched. Touchpad, sorry. If you look at the partner network, a very strong element there is on the aggregate side is the network that we have of aggregators in specific domains, but also national aggregators such as Cultura Italia, or the new one that's coming up is the Deutsche Digitale Bibliothek. We have Culture France as well. And these aggregators, of course, enable us to do this work, to aggregate to aggregate the content of about 2,200 it is now European cultural institutions. But also we are looking at public-private partnerships, getting commercial publishers in, making Europeana not only a platform for out-of-copyright work, but also for work that is still in copyright. And that's very interesting, because they have different objectives. Yes, they want to share the information, get it out there, but with a slightly different perspective from many of the other aggregators. Well, on the left side, some of the activities that we plan to do. I won't go into too much detail because I saw that I only have 20 minutes. So, on the content, this is a similar pie chart, a bit simpler than Francesca showed. In 2011, we managed to get past the 20 million mark. In this year, we plan to grow by some 20% to 24 million. In particular, we want to put emphasis on the growth in audiovisual material. Well, there's a reason why that is such a small percentage, of course, because it is much more expensive to digitize film than it is to digitize a photographic image, for example. So it's good to have it. We focus on it a lot, but it will be very hard to do that. So but we're hopeful. On the funding and sustainability aspect, I won't bore you too much with that. Of course, we have some activities to generate our matching funds. We usually look to the national ministries of education and culture for that. We're also trying to get some sponsorship deals over the next year. But our sustainability is useless if we suddenly have to operate in a vacuum. The network of aggregators that we have also needs to have their own sustainability, and exchanging ideas and exchanging knowledge about this aspect is a very fundamental part of our work. Well, the actual process of ingestion, I think, is currently very quite smooth, and we will hopefully hear more about it this afternoon. What does it mean to contribute data to Europeana? We've come a long way since the first FTP and CD-ROM submissions. But there's still a lot of work to do to make that even easier. And an important quality check that we now do is make sure that every object that we now either ingest or update actually has a rights label. So that percentage of objects with rights unknown, that was like 55%. That will drop over the coming year significantly. Okay, on the facilitation strand, we support the cultural heritage sector through knowledge transfer, innovation, and advocacy. It's all about empowering the network. We don't operate in a vacuum, but being sort of a centralized point of access for content also gives us access to a lot of knowledge in the various network partners, and we try to exchange that knowledge between the various network partners as well. So transfer and exchange knowledge. The advocacy part has a lot to do with making metadata freely available. Of course, it would be nice to also make the content freely available, but that's a longer term potential goal, and it will never be 100%. But the metadata, the information about the cultural heritage, if we can make that freely available and shareable, that would be very very useful for the network and for the creative industry and for the end users as well. And last but not least, it's about the research and development community. We've seen that the projects around Europeana, the academic world, but also the people, the developers within the cultural heritage institutions, have already contributed a great deal of tools, a great number of tools and techniques to Europeana, and we want to continue to promote that. One way of doing that is to participate in quite a large number of projects. Some we are full partners, some we are coordinating, some we are partners in, and a large number we work with as subcontractors or just recipients of the of the data they aggregate. This in itself is a full-time job, and my colleague Brendan Knowlton is the one trying to keep all these balls in the air at the same time. So it's respect. On the advocacy part, it's mostly about creating awareness of the issues. We are not a lobby organization, but we do see where these issues of access to metadata, of policies, of this whole cultural commons idea, where they come in, and we see where problems arise. So we think we have some ideas of potential solutions, and we want to share that information, and that's, yes, you could call that advocacy. Also in the facilitation, a very big part of the facilitation strand is the many events that we either organize or participate in. I think this is just the stuff that we organize. And you see the first 6 months are very full with the various activities, and that's just because our planning horizon for events is about 6 months. So it's it's going to be a very full year here. And some of them are some of these events are explicitly within the cultural heritage domain. Others are prompted by, for example, the various presidency events. So there's one in Denmark in April, and there will be one in Cyprus in October. Related to that also is the corporate communication stuff related to the events. It's about creating these awareness campaigns. In the project Europeana Awareness, there's also one of the main activities of that particular project is to create a public relations campaign around Europeana in each of the 27 European countries over the next 2 years. So that's about one per month. So it's that in itself is quite a big operation. Of course, we don't do all of that work ourselves. We work with the project partners in creating that awareness. On the R&D, and this is, I think, one of the areas that comes closest to the Assets project. It's about being in touch with the R&D network. It's about promoting development of relevant tools, but it's also about finding ways of integrating those tools within the Europeana services. And of course, there you come in all sorts of issues as the planning cycle of European projects is usually, it's 3 years is a normal planning cycle, whereas our product development planning has a much smaller and much faster cycle. So integrating the two is a challenge. But occasionally something very nice comes out of it. For example, the improved ranking service that was developed in Assets. We're very happy with that, and we will see more of that in the demonstration this afternoon. And of course, there's also a feedback loop in the sense that in the Europeana projects itself, sometimes something like the Europeana data model and some of the R&D results that are created here will be fed back to the R&D network. Sorry. On the distribution side, it's about making the cultural heritage available where the user wants it. It's putting it in the user's workflow. And of course, we started out by building a portal because that's what 5 years ago everybody did. And now that we have a significant volume of data, it's time to explore new ways of getting the data out there through the APIs, through mobile application, through linked open data. This is an image of our product design cycle. It's very important that we keep the user at the very center of that. There are all sorts of nice technical things that you can do if you have such a large body of data, but it always comes back to, can we create something that is of benefit to the user? And the user is not necessarily always directly the end user. It can also be one of the partner institutions where people can, for example, create a Europeana object search within their own web environment, so that information from their own collection and information from the other cultural institutions in Europe can be combined and things like that. Okay, these are some of the many things that we will be working on in product development coming year. As you can see, about 75% of our effort will be devoted to backend and infrastructure, and about 25% will be devoted to the sort of user-facing stuff. And the reason behind that is that once you get the backend infrastructure correct, then it becomes a lot easier for us, but also for other people to create services on top of that. And of course, we also have to make people aware that these services exist, that this data is available. And we do that through our marketing and communications activities. One way is to get people to use the portal, but a much more powerful way is to get institutions and other network partners to use the API, because we see there's a strong multiplier effect there. Already one of the major sources of referral traffic to the Europeana website is one of our partners, a Polish library that integrated an API-based search on their website. Okay, this is about social sharing, and it's also the Europeana pro.europeana.eu is our environment where, for knowledge sharing. It's also the environment where we present project results in the in a way that that allow other people to reuse results from, for example, the Assets project, even though in some cases we are not able to reuse the results directly in our own environment. Okay, the fourth and final strand is the one about engagement, and that's about getting people to interact more deeply with the content, not just find it and look at it. That's step one. Yes, I know, but also but also, for example, reuse it, tell stories around it, use it in their lessons if they're teachers, but also always respecting the rights of the content creators. So make it easy for people to do the right thing. In that respect, it's about user-generated contributed content, social sharing. The big project we're doing in this area is the Europeana 1914-1918 project, which is about community collections. There was one in Luxembourg this week, where citizens bring their family memorabilia on World War I, the stuff their great-grandfathers had in the pictures, letters, diaries, images, or objects even. These objects are digitized, and then, of course, they take them back. So they just bring them to be digitized. But we also want to capture their stories. Then we do some boring stuff, like add metadata, and we publish it in various forms, like on a special site, Europeana 1418 site, but also on the Europeana portal, and we try to create some exhibitions around it. And this is a big project. It will probably continue throughout, well, basically all of the countries that were involved in World War I. In 3 weeks' time, I will be in a small town in Slovenia, on the borders of the Isonzo River. So it's very exciting stuff. It's very fun to have these events. It's also very engaging for people. So okay, I'll quickly. Yes, this is okay. Well, thank you. I hope I've been able to give you some idea of where we are going with Europeana, and well, we'll see where the asset stuff fits in the next presentation, I think.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Jan. Your presentation has been really useful in order to understand the European environment, to understand the future step, and to understand what are the outcomes that you have reached till now. And now I have the pleasure to invite Luigi Briguglio, our Gigi, that is the project coordinator of the asset project. He will give an introduction to the project in order to make you more familiar on what Assets is doing. Assets, honestly, is just at the end because it will be finished at the end of March. So what we are proud to present today are the results that we consider, we evaluate by ourselves, and we consider the results quite interesting. But before going to the section where we presented the demonstration of the asset services, Gigi will give you an overview of the project so you can better understand which are the results that will be presented later on.
Many thanks, Silvia. The pleasure is for me to be here. And so now. Okay. Okay, so as Silvia said, my presentation is going to introduce what is assets, which are the rationale behind our activities, the result that we did during these 2 years of project, and mainly the context, the goal, and how we achieved our goals. There are some latest breaking news that later the technical director of the project, Sergio, will present, because now we are integrating our services into Europeana. So this is the news that I'd like to, the most important result, because it was the first objective of the project, and so we achieved it. Today, in order to understand what is assets, okay, we are at the end. Can you hear me? I hope. We are at the end of the project. What is assets? Assets is the acronym for Advanced Search Services and in-asset technological solution for European Digital Library. Birth date of this project was the 1st of April 2010. And for the end of this month, we are completing our result and our project. Thanks to the co-funding from the European Commission. Engineering has coordinated this project. We started with Silvia, and then it was an handover between Silvia and me. And if Silvia is always important because she has the knowledge and the background of this project. She worked during also the proposal, so she knows the expected result and how to achieve. And especially has a lot of patience for working with 24 partners. It's not easy to coordinate 24 partners every day, which are coming from 10 different European countries. And also Japan is involved, and are all involved, actively involved in the field of cultural heritage and digital libraries, which is the main goal of the project. The main goal is to improve accessibility and usability of Europeana. So just to have an idea of our consortium, 24 partners, I provided from one side the content providers. We have 10 content providers plus Europeana. Then we have Ciautek, which is the leader of dissemination. Today we have Francesca, which organized this important final event. Engineering is the coordinator. And from the other side, you can see the involved partners, the really important partners involved in building the technology for supporting the content provision. So starting from AIT, which is the technical director from Sergio, and other important partners such as the ESTCNR, which is the responsible of the services that we are integrating and so on. And UNESCO from the other side as content provider. We have today, I see Daniel, thank for coming here from HINA, and 6, Accademia Nazionale Santa Cecilia, and so on. So an heterogeneous group of partners and experts involved in cultural heritage and technology. And merging together the two different knowledge background, the cultural and the domain aspect of digital libraries and the domain aspect of technologies is quite difficult to do every day. And Ghislaine has a know-how of that, which is coming with the content providers, but has to interface with the developers and search. So just to provide the context, we work within the Europeana group, and mainly our first user and our customer is Europeana. So just to provide an idea of what is Europeana, I try to summarize what Jan already presented before me. And I would say that this is an interesting sentence that I found in a nice paper written by Jan together with Carlo Meghini and other important person from the European project. We can say that Europeana, mainly the first objective of Europeana is to provide access to Europe's cultural heritage. And by ingesting, indexing, enriching the descriptive metadata, and previews on multimedia object. So we could summarize in a cloud with a sentence that Europeana is providing rich data and functionality available through APIs, through web APIs. So finally, what we are doing, what we did in our project is to provide two concepts. Provide rich data and provide functionality through APIs. The implementation was one of the most important tasks in our project. So in order to achieve the most important objective, making Europe's cultural heritage more accessible and usable, Access mainly worked on 3 aspects by providing new multimedia retrieval services, by providing multimedia content, so we provide also contents, and finally by implementing and designing new web-based services API, all for Europeana. So that is the reason why our website is access4europeana.eu. So now that we have identified the context, we work for Europeana, and we enriched that, I would like to introduce you which is the big picture of the project. So we can see from one side the main actors, which are the content providers and Europeana, and we'll see also the final users. But mainly, I always try to use the concept of the Pentagon, the 5 group of services. That is the fire, or we can be, no, nothing, fine. So mainly we have 5 group of services. The metadata enrichment, which is mainly an enrichment during the ingestion. From the other side, there is the indexing, retrieval, and ranking, which allow to improve the result. Community services, which is one of the most important one for Europeana. The user contents, the user-generated contents. Browsing and characterization. We improved also the user interface in order to make it easier and more usable. And finally, one task, even if it is not very important for Europeana, we worked also in digital preservation, and some of the services built on that group of services are used from the other one. So behind our services, we have already prepared the ground for digital preservation. So mainly, the content providers provide the contents and metadata. So contents and metadata are ingested. And by using those group of services, Access allow to reduce the dishomogeneity, which is within the contents. We improve the metadata, and consequently, we perform an enrichment. And this allows to enrich the contents and the metadata on Europeana. More, what we did is an interesting aspect. Currently, Europeana has a lot of data which are coming from the user session. This is an important information that never has been used, really. So we consider to use this kind of data for enriching the data itself in Europeana. Because in the next session, Sergio will explain in further details, in the technical details, how we use these logs, the metadata, the logs from the data session, in order to improve the enrichment. And this is, I would say, is the rationale and is behind one of our services that we are integrating, the indexing and retrieval, the metadata-based ranking and the query suggestion. So by using this kind of metadata and logs, we are able to enrich. So you can say in the flow, we are using data in order to enrich the same data from Europeana. Other aspects are the semantic browsing, improved by interfaces, because we are introducing multimedia object. So we introduce it in our services interface, graphical user interface for accessing and for browsing the contents, the multimedia contents. So finally, the community, which is another important aspect. User-generated contents is a task for the future, which is really important. So we introduced this kind of services within Access in order to support user generation and creation of metadata itself for enriching the metadata on Europeana. And finally, the digital preservation that I already said. So in a certain way, those are all the 5 groups of services which are allowing us to improve the enrichment and make easier and happy the final users, which from our point of view allow to, so our services and our showcase of portal allow to improve the experience of browsing the contents, because we did also some user evaluation. Back, sorry. Okay, so finally, these are the 5 groups of services. The enrichment, which allow to reduce the metadata dishomogeneities and improve the metadata. The algorithms, the indexing and retrieval and ranking, which allow to increase the result by introducing new algorithms, and those kind of algorithms have been integrated in the plugins of the technology used by Europeana. Browsing and characterization, which allow to introduce semantic browsing by using also taxonomies and so on. So control vocabularies, supporting the management of user-generated contents through the community, and finally the digital preservation. So finally, we built, there are here some screenshots of our assets portal, because during the development we provided not only the APIs, but we provided a showcase of a new portal by introducing new concepts for browsing the contents with better previews during the result list, some contents, some widget in order to show and to look at the multimedia object, the video and the contents, and introducing also concept new button in order to search for similarity, which is one of the services that we are providing. So mainly what we did is design improvement, presentation of search result and preview, plain multimedia contents, and user interface for the asset services. I want to go to show, now that we are completing the project, I think it's interesting to have a look at the journey that we did in 2 years. By starting in April 2010, we arrived in April 2011 with the first version of Asset Services, the portal version 1.0. And finally, in October, we released the second version. Here we have also a prize, I'll show, which is the prize that we received for that. In December, we started the user evaluation through an external company, which evaluated our services, our end user services, and we received good feedback that we are using for revising, fine-tuning the services, and going to the integration. Now the going to integration is a reality. This is the result in October. We were in Europeana Tech Conference 2011. Thanks, Max Kaiser, for that nice and useful hackathon. And there, Diego Ceccarelli, which is our main developers of one of the service, the query suggestion, won the second prize. And in that occasion, we received one feedback. Why you are not considering the idea to work and to organize an hackathon? And from that perspective, now, this is the latest breaking news. Okay, we are in this week integrating the query suggestion. Query suggestion means that if you search for something, the system, by using the data from the logs, is able to provide you a satisfactory session query that can help you in refining the search. So, for instance, if I search for Mona Lisa, which is the opera of Leonardo da Vinci, I could search also for other interesting results from other satisfactory session. Satisfactory means that if I search and I obtain a set of results, the user click on one of that means that this potentially is a satisfactory session. I found what I searched. So Mona Lisa, Vinci, Leonardo da Vinci, Da Vinci Gioconda, and La Gioconda are suggested queries that I can reuse. In a certain way, this allows the user to, and we experienced it, that allow the user to browse between the suggestion. So this is a stimulus for searching and browsing the results that are within Europeana. And the other one is the metadata-based ranking. We adopted the different algorithm, BMF25F, which is well known in the technical literature, for improving the ranking result. And just to have an idea, by using the Colosseums, one of the most important monuments in Rome, for instance, this is the ranking from assets, and from the other side you can see the ranking from Europeana. And you could discover that the first result presented from Europeana is the Colosseum Theater, which is not what I expected from the search. I expected to find the Colosseum in Rome, not a theater which has the name Colosseum. So by using the metadata and by using the logs, in most of cases, we are able to demonstrate that we obtain best result in rank. And this is also already integrated. Today, we checked together with search. Finally, this is my last slide. Thanks for your attention. In Pisa, we'll have our final special event, the hackathon, which is co-located together with the final review. I think, yes. Yes, the 20 we'll have the hackathon. In the 21st, we'll have the final review. And mainly, we are organizing the hackathon to showcase the potential of our APIs, because our APIs are our main assets of the project. So save the data, and we are welcome to have it there. Here, there are some information about our website. And thanks for your kind attention. This is the first photo we did during the kickoff meeting. So if you have any question. Yeah. So many thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Gigi. Now is the time for a break. We will break just 15 minutes, and we will be here with you at 11 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, hello again, and thanks for coming back after the coffee break. And now we start with the second part of the event that is dedicated to the content providers and the content providers who participated in Europeana, not just through the Assets project, but content provider that can provide their vision in participating into Europeana, which is their experience, and which is their wishes for the future, participating in this wider context of the European Digital Libraries. We will start with the speech from Daniel Teruggi, that is the director of research and experimentation in the department of the INA in France. He also teaches sound and visual art at the Paris 1 Sorbonne universities. Today, Daniel will give us an overview on which is their work and which is the activities that they are focusing on.
Thank you. Thank you, Silvia. Good morning. Happy to be in this wonderful place, wonderful sun. I will probably present a double vision of audiovisual seen from the INA side as an audiovisual holder and seen from Europeana's side, since I've been involved since almost the beginning with the evolution and the thoughts around Europeana. So there has been a lot of coming and going between the two ends. Since you probably know everything about Europeana, I don't know if Jan showed some figures concerning the contents inside, but you may have remarked that there are relatively few audiovisual objects, which already we could have a discussion about numbers. What do numbers mean when you're speaking on time-based contents and when you're speaking of images? Can you compare 1 hour of something with one image? So anyway, in numbers, it is true that the numbers are not so great as one could expect. So I would just like to explain you all the problems behind this and why this is not happening. So first, a quick vision of our institution. So we have, in fact, two big collections. The first one, which is number one, what I would call the heritage collection, which the state has given us mission to keep and transmit to the world, to users, to professional world. And it's about 1,004,000 hours of radio and television. and of which 32 hours are accessible online for the public in ina.fr, and it's mainly, a part of this information that has been transferred for an access to Europeana. So it's quite a big company, almost 1,000 people, located in a charming place called Brie-sur-Marne. There's a good cheese there. Then there's the other collection, which is the second mission that the state has given us, is to keep a legal depository in television. This has started about almost 20 years ago, and it's really impressive in terms of amount of information. 100 TV channels, 20 radio channels, and 800,000 hours per year incoming INA, but only for research uses. It's just a testimony of broadcast in France. On the higher end, we have the rights on our heritage collection, and here we don't have any rights. Then there are other activities in INA, like research, where I am training for professionals, and higher education, and archive-based TV productions. So audiovisual is, you may know or not, but television wasn't considered something important in terms of heritage and collections. Audiovisual archives, broadcast archives are quite recent archives. And for many years, mainly the cinema domain considered television as a side product that only had no reason of existing after it had been broadcasted. It's with the development of television that the archive started. Most of them started in the 60s, not before. And they show much more than what they seem to show. When you are looking at me, when you will look at this image in 50 years, you will see somebody talking, you will understand or not what he's saying, but you will also see what I'm not wanting to show, but will show anyway, that I have a beard, that I have a certain kind of coat, that I have my glasses, that I have a certain kind of technology around. It's giving an information about a context. So audiovisual is a wonderful way to get into context. It has a strong emotional impact. All the images that come from people's young days or when they were the teenagers always impact because it brings their own memory to that. There are a huge amount of masterworks, and it's one of the greatest and more complex technical revolutions of the century. And in the last 4 years, with an increasing number of user-generated content sites, there's a really increasing number of demands by any kind of users. So we have been saying this for years. Even if digitization is the road to access, most of these contents were in an analog form. We have transferred almost 60% of our assets, 800,000 hours, to a digital format. And this, of course, has led to access. Access, for example, in one of our websites, or access on user-generated content sites, not always done in a legal way, but it's also a way of access. And we are now even changing this idea, digitization is the road to access. We say access permits digitization or fosters digitization, because now access is the main point for everybody. So digitization opens the road to making content accessible everywhere, always, sometimes. Creates a strong coherence among collections, describes contents for better access, permits non-destructive restoration, it permits to manage the right with efficient tools, and you can monitor the use and distribution, and of course it opens totally new educational perspectives. So Europeana is a strong vector for access, and since the beginning we were convinced of this, and the fact that having in a unique access point the possibility of accessing to all contents at a European level was indeed one of the strong issues. So what does Europeana open the road to? You know all this: proposing cultural collections an efficient access point for visibility, fostering preservation plans through a reference access point. Preservation independently of the technical issues associated with this. With it is mainly an economical problem. There's not enough money to digitize what needs to be digitized. So we are continuously discussing business plans, how institutions can convince the governments or the stakeholders to put money into digitization. And the fact of having a viewing point at the European level is indeed a very strong point. Europeana provides roadmaps to archives on how to develop access. It gives confidence to content owners, another big issue, and it enriches collections through the discovery of related items. This is one of the main objectives of assets, and that is why we immediately were very happy to participate to this problem. So some of the drawbacks for digitization and access are the cost of digitization, the complexity of mass storage. Do I do it in my institution? Do I externalize it? Uncertainty and which technical solutions adopt. Potential revenue associated to contents. There is no money in archives. Just put it in your mind. You can get a little bit, but it's just a very small percentage. You can count in percentage with one hand. A number of right holders and complexity of rights management in, there's something missing, in the audiovisual domain. So just to give you a view of the complexity, this is our everyday's work. So we have the production rights in our heritage collection. So since '86, before '86, we have all the memory of radio television nationally produced. After '86, we mainly have news programs, sports, and entertainment programs. We have 9 million documents, so 9 million documentation files. 20% of our income comes from the commercialization of excerpts and programs. We have 180,000 identified right holders. So people we must keep track of. Each time we want to use a document, we have to check with the right holders. 8 million pages of contracts have been scanned and added to the documentation. So we have the documentation scheme, we have the documentation information, and related to that, we have a scan of the contracts that were made in 1961, for example, with handmade with the amount of money that was paid in 1961 to somebody, and how much we should have to pay him today in function of time and the importance of what he has been paid. So there are 15 people working daily on rights liberation, as we call it in management. And we have also a specific website to permit customers to visualize and select among the digitized hours. INA's annual budget is 127 million euros. So we make 20%, a little bit less, almost 20 million euros by this commercializing activity. Yes? No, before paying. Before paying rights. So that the real income, the benefit is very low. Should be 2-3 million. A big change was in 2006 when we opened our public access website, ina.fr, that contains today 260,000 documents, most of them partially or totally free to access through streaming. So if you sell 1 minute of archives to a producer or to a news program, you get paid a very high amount of money. If somebody is downloading a content on the web, you will get €1, €2 as an iTunes-based amount of money. So what do we do with rights in that case? So contents were made there to be downloaded, or streamed or downloaded. Most of them are free access, but many, when there are lots of rights associated, you have to pay to stream all the content. Or you can download it for private use. You can keep a copy in your computer. Or you have also the possibility to ask to INA to send you a DVD with the program you want, if you pay plus €5. This has a big impact with elderly people who don't want to get involved with downloading, keeping on a computer. So 15,000 items sold per month, 3 million views of sounds or images per month. So you see there's a high turnover of access. So what we managed to do is not to pay directly the rights, but to negotiate with different right holders the fact that they would transmit the rights. This is already well organized for some author societies, as for example the Music Society. Has been working for more than 100 years, so it's very efficient. But so we have to have a negotiation with each author societies, discuss with all the unions that are behind artists and productions, the cameraman's union, the light people union, the dress people's union, the scenery people union, the journalists union, and finally the sport federations, mainly football, tennis, and rugby, telling them, okay, people are downloading contents from our site. We know who has to receive money from rights. We give the money to you, and you distribute it. We give you the list, the amount, and it's your task. And you keep a part of it, as they do. Normally it's between 10 to 15%. So everybody said yes, because it's income. Small. So that was very important for us. And so through these global agreements, we managed to have a site online. And we also find a tricky solution for orphan works. So we are dealing with a concept which is orphan works and widow works. Orphan works is the work you have a work and you know you don't know who made it. Widow works is you have a part of the people, but you don't have all of them, and you know who's their right holder, but you don't know how to get in contact with them. That's everyday work of searching. And legally, you have to prove that you try to find everybody. And there's no way to prove that you did all the necessary actions to find the people. So what we started doing is putting the money in a bank account for 10 years. And then, whenever there was any suing by somebody, courts have accepted this as a situation to go beyond the orphan works issue. And that is what we do. Well, it has a cost because it means we have, I don't know how many hundred thousands of euros put in the bank that don't work at all, but it's a way to keep our shoulders covered if something happens. So Europeana has been a very strong ally for all this. So we have been involved since the beginning, and Europeana has brought a new vision of content access in Europe and worldwide. Aggregating audiovisual content is a long and complex process. My objective in this presentation is to explain our difficulties, which are everybody's difficulties. So the broadcast domain or the audiovisual domain is quite a recent domain. There are many contents that come from before the 60s, if we take this 50-year right holding issue for production. But the bulk comes after the 60s. And the bulk of the bulk comes progressively when users have the possibility to create with simple means their own images. So this is what is drawing back users to put audiovisual contents on Europeana. It's because there are not so many audiovisual contents online today in trusted repositories and certified right management systems. And worst of all, many institutions have to manage audiovisual contents and don't have any rights on them. They have a national mission. This can be archives, this can be national archives, it can be national libraries, of course, but it's also museums, small libraries, companies. Everybody has contents, and very often there's no way of using them. However, it's one of the biggest attractions today is to be capable of accessing images. So We may have to work a lot in this domain. We are working in other European projects to develop this access, but the first step is digitization, getting into the digital world. The second step is staying in the digital world. And the third one is finding the appropriate possibilities to put contents online. That's all. 1 minute, even before. Thank you very much. Questions are afterwards, or somebody has a question? Yeah.
Do you digitize everything internally, or do you have firms who do it for you?
No, we do. We have two distinctions in our contents. There are contents that are in good quality, so that we externalize the maximum. And internally, we deal mostly with difficult content, where you can't calculate how much time you will have to invest in order to digitize. Sometimes 1 hour of video may take 1 day, that is 8 hours of work in order to be digitized. A film can take 3-4 days. So prices can be multiplied by 5 or by 10. It takes today, in an external provider, about 340 euros to digitize 1 hour of film. This cost can go up to 3,000 euros if you have to do all the stitches again, and you have to clean it, and you have to correct many things. So it's really a very difficult issue, and also a planification issue, because you have good contents and bad contents. You should always start with the good contents, because the good ones may become bad after time. So there's a certain urgency. So that's why we have about, I don't know, 50 or 60 service providers, and even companies that have developed the activity because there is a market for digitization.
And do you work together with BNF, with the audiovisual section?
There are strong links between our two institutions. However, their priority is not there. Their priority is paper for the moment, digitizing as much paper as they can. Because their audiovisual content, it's within the legal deposit issue. They're starting to see what to do, which is also a huge collection of all the production formats since the beginning of the 20th century. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so I will leave the floor to Max Kaiser. Yes, thanks, Daniel. And Max is the head of research development partner at the Austrian National Libraries. I have to say, I know Max from long time, and I know that Max has been one of the first actors in Europeana. He has been there when it started. And I think that he's one of the best that can explain to us which has been his experience, presented what the Austrian National Library is doing, that I have to say that the Austrian National Library, it's one of the most, let's say, innovative in terms of ICT services that between other European libraries and institutions. And I would say that we can take them as a good practice on how to exploit culture and how to contribute in a wider environment like Europeana is with their knowledge, their content, and their experience. So I'm really glad to hear your talk about that.
Thank you very much for this extremely nice introduction, Silvia. Thank you very much. So I'm extremely glad that I have the opportunity today to talk about the Austrian National Library and Europeana. My slides are on SlideShare, so you can, if you like, download them afterwards or have a look at them. Let me start like Daniel did it with Ina. Let me start with about a few slides about the Austrian National Library. In contrast to Ina, it's a quite old institution, having a history back to the 14th century already. It's the deposit library for publications published in Austria, including also online content. So we also have a web archiving program, and we also have a legal mandate to collect online material. But we have also quite a significant collection of historical content, and this is due to our, let's say, historical role as the court library of the Habsburg Empire. So this then results, of course, in quite a number of material from Middle Europe and Eastern Europe and Southeastern Europe, which is nowadays in the collection, and makes it one of the 5 biggest or most significant historical collections worldwide. In addition to our library main department, we have 7 special collections. Like we have quite a big picture archives and graphics department. We have a map department which contains some of World Heritage content, big music department, literary archives, a papyri department. I will talk about this later a bit. Yes, and also a significant department of rare books and manuscripts. In addition to being a library, we also have 4 museums, which are very important for us. We have not only a papyrus department, which contains the largest papyrus collection worldwide outside of Egypt, but we also have a papyrus museum. And this is very important for us because this is for us the way really to connect this content with the general audience. So we have quite a number of events there, exhibitions, etc. So this is really a way for us to engage with our audience. We also have the only museum for Esperanto worldwide, which is, I think, also quite nice, and we have the only Globe Museum worldwide. So museum is really a very important strand for us because it's a mean for us to engage with our public, to give access to our collections. And this is the reason why we are here. So we are not only for collecting and preserving material, but very important for giving the largest and widely as possible access to our collections. We have been one of the first national libraries which had a full electronic catalog also for our historical collections. So everything, all historical books are in the online catalog. And as I already said, giving access for us is very important. We have 15 reading rooms, which are normally up to their capacity regarding readers. And we will open a new one in about 2 months from now, especially targeted at researchers. So this will be a research reading room. And reading rooms are open 6 days a week, 9 to 9. And we will also in May start also opening the library on Sundays. Library as a social space is very important for us. So not only giving access, but really having the library as a room where you like to be, where you engage, where you discuss with others, and where just, which is simply a pleasant place to be and to work. So this is also key for us. And as I already said, the engagement with our user communities via different exhibitions, different events. So this is also key for us. And digitization relates exactly to this mission, to this vision which we have, because it allows us to give access to our collections for everyone from everywhere, independently of time, 24 hours, 7 days a week. And we have been engaged in digitization programs for quite a number of years. We have quite a big newspaper digitization program. At the moment, we can give free access to about 10 million pages of historical newspapers and legal text. So this is really a service which is heavily used in the library. So we have about 2,000 concurrent readers of our newspaper reading rooms per day. So this is, of course, much more than we could accommodate in our newspaper reading room. Yes, so this is quite an important portal for us. We have been digitizing lots of content from our image collection. So this is several 100,000 images so far. Also, part of this collection is about 140,000 images from our portrait collection. This is one of the largest portrait collections worldwide, and you can find portraits of really people back to the 16th century to today. We are currently digitizing our poster collection, and will give access to about 100,000 posters by the end of this year. So this is content which is really targeted towards a general public, but we also have digitization programs targeted at a specialist user community, like digitization of our papyri collection. And this is really for working with the content, for transcribing it, and for research. And this is why in this case, we also give, as you see here, access to really high resolution images for research. So you can also access the high-res images of these papyri. Last year, we embarked on a big digitization program, Austrian Books Online. We do this in cooperation with Google, and this is so far the largest public-private partnership in Austria in the cultural sector. And in this cooperation, we will digitize our entire historical book holdings, public domain, only public domain material, from the beginning of the 16th century to the second half of the 19th century. And here you see an image of our State Hall, where books are being pulled out and sent to the digitization center. So we started with this last year, and this will run for several years to come. So it's about 600,000 volumes which we are going to digitize, and this results in about 200 million pages. So this is really quite a big project for us. Books will be freely available, on the one hand via Google Books. Here you find already about 50,000 volumes, and later this year we will start to successively also give access via our digital library, and by this means then also, of course, give access to the material via Europeana. So this has been very important for us from the very beginning when we embarked for this project. And this leads me to the second part of my presentation, Austrian National Library and Europeana. As Silvia already mentioned, we have been involved with this beast from the, let's say, prehistoric Europeana ages. We joined the European Library. This is the online service of the European National Libraries back in 2005. And the European Library can be seen as some kind of a nucleus for Europeana. In the same year, in 2005, there was this quite famous letter of 6 European heads of state to the President of the European Commission, demanding that Europe should do more in regards of digitization and should embark on a European digital library. And in the coming years, there was a number of initiatives from European side, and the Europeana project started. ONB has been involved in the first Europeana project. Europeana at this time was called the European Digital Library. So this was the European Digital Library project, which started in 2006. And here the Austrian National Library led a work package which was called Developing the European Digital Library. And we had one of the very first EDL, as it was called at this time, workshops at the Austrian Austrian National Library end of 2006, followed by a second one then beginning of 2007. And successively we have been involved in a number of these key Europeana projects, the follow-up project EDL-Net, which built the first prototype for Europeana, which was presented end of 2008. And then we have been partners in Europeana version 1, version 2, and more recently also in Europeana Awareness. And we have been coordinating the Europeana Connect project, which ended October last year. And this one built quite a number, like also assets, a number of essential services for Europeana. Parts of them are integrated into Europeana, and others are available via the Europeana Thought Lab for the community. I'm not going to any detail here. Like assets, we had a final conference for Europeana Connect taking place in the Austrian National Library in October 2011. Here you see Jill Cousins giving her talk. All the presentations from this conference are online, as well as the video streams. They are online as well via YouTube. In addition to these strategic projects, the Austrian National Library has been involved in a number of content digitization and content aggregation projects, and I will go a bit more into detail in the following half of my presentation. I would like to relate to Jan's presentation this morning. Europeana is really not only important for us in regards as a content aggregator and distributor, but there are these 4 strategic tracks in Europeana, and I think all of them have key relevance for an institution like the Austrian National Library. Just to recapitulate what Jan said, it's about aggregating, facilitating, distributing, and engaging. And yes, aggregating is the most obvious. Building an open, trusted source for European cultural heritage content. So this is quite key for us, because Europeana then is an additional channel for us to connect with our users. We have about 260,000 images from the Austrian National Library in Europeana today, about 5,000 texts. This is mainly newspapers, so this then translates into much more pages, of course, which are in Europeana. And we have, Daniel, a quite extremely small number of audio objects in Europeana. So this is Ina's job to provide this kind of content. Content aggregation very often takes place via aggregation or digitization projects. Just one example, the Europeana Travel project, which was a very nice project and ended last year, which aggregated and digitized content related to travel. Here we, for example, digitized content related to the Austrian North Pole expedition in 1870. And this content can now be found in a nice travel exhibition in the European Library, giving context to this content. So this is also very important. Europeana and also the European Library is also a mechanism to contextualize content with content from other institutions. So you can see this now in this online exhibition, and of course also in Europeana. Yeah. As I already said, also newspaper aggregation is quite key for us. Here I have to say the interface in Europeana for giving access to newspapers is still quite not optimal, let's say. And this is going to be improved in a new project which started just a few weeks ago, the European Newspapers Project, which will aggregate additionally quite a huge number of newspaper content, but will also, and this is I think very important, improve the interface and access capabilities of Europeana for giving access to this hierarchical content which newspapers are. So this is clearly not very useful nowadays for users, but will be improved. Yes, this is how Europeana works, as you all know. Our aggregator is the European Library, so this is how we provide access, how the metadata flows to Europeana. But more and more important for us is this area on the left side, the linked open data and API possibilities Europeana is embarking at now, because here we really see an important mechanism for us to further disseminate our content and not only have to rely on the portal. And this brings me to the next topic, open data, where Europeana, as you all know, is a very important advocate in Europe. And this concerns, also to relate to something which Jan said in the morning, this only relates to the metadata. So giving open access to metadata, which is aggregated in Europeana. Europeana was very instrumental in bringing the national libraries in Europe to sign this document, which shows that European national libraries are supporting CC0 licensing, giving free and open access to their metadata. So this was signed in last autumn, and this is really key for the Austrian National Library as well. And as you might know, the Europeana Data Exchange Agreement has been published also end of last year. And this will result in a public domain dedication, the CC0 license for all metadata in Europeana, and will hopefully be in place by July this year. So by July, all metadata in Europeana will be under a CC0 license, and this will then really make a big difference, because this will then really enable linked open data and giving access to Europeana data via an open API, and will allow integrating the Europeana metadata into the linked open data cloud. And this is very important for the Austrian National Library. Yes, Europeana as facilitator, in addition to being an aggregator for content. Just to give an example, Europeana as an advocate for the public domain in Europe. Europeana has published the Europeana Public Domain Charter in 2010, emphasizing how important it is that public domain content which is being digitized remains in the public domain also as digital surrogate after digitization. So Europeana has been a very important advocate here. This relates to the new Renaissance report, which has been published about 1 year ago, which again stresses the importance of open access to digitized culture. And this again resulted in an updated Commission recommendation from last autumn, which again stresses the importance of ensuring that public domain material remains in the public domain after digitization. So this is strategically really key for the Austrian National Library. You might also know about the public domain mark, which is now a mechanism to mark the content from institutions, public sector institutions, as being in the public domain, so that everyone knows that how he or she can use this content. Jan already mentioned the European Cultural Commons, so this is also an activity related to the public domain where Europeana has been very active. There was a first European Cultural Commons conference in Warsaw last autumn, and there will be an additional one in spring this year. Research and development has been mentioned as well. This is also key for the Austrian National Library. We have been, as already mentioned, been involved in quite a number of research-related projects related to Europeana. Currently, we are leading the innovation work package in the Europeana version 2 project, where we really continue building up a network of researchers and developers around Europeana. And among other things, in this work package, we will build a inventory of free and open software in the cultural heritage sector, which I think will be quite useful for the whole domain. Jan already mentioned the Europeana Thought Lab, where quite a number of freely available software coming from the various projects around Europeana can be downloaded and accessed by everyone. Yes, distribution already mentioned by Jan as well, put content into the user's workflow. And here the Europeana API service will be very important for us once it's then fully available after the CC0 license is in place. And the same is true for using Europeana as a mechanism to expose our metadata as linked open data. A few weeks ago, the Europeana linked open data pilot has been published. This is about 2 million data sets which are already available under CC0 license. There's also quite a number of documentation online at the Europeana professional website, and data from the Austrian National Library is part of this linked open data pilot. Yes, last strategic track, Europeana and engagement. Jan already mentioned the track user-generated content and talked about the quite important Europeana 1914 to 1918 project and the collection days which took place in Luxembourg this week. This is also very important for us and also gives a lot of visibility also for the cultural heritage institutions and for Europeana, and we do hope that there will be collection days in Austria. We are still optimistic that there will also be collection days in Austria next year, because I think that Austria has is a bit related to World War I, so it would be a shame not to have these collection days in Austria as well. And this also nicely fits to another project which we have, the Europeana Collections 1914 to 1918 project, where we are currently digitizing stuff related to World War I from various libraries and museums. Europeana also is engaging, as has been mentioned already also by the previous speakers, in hackathons. We had one which has also been mentioned already in Vienna, quite a successful one as part of the Europeana Tech Conference. And this is Jill giving the prize for the winners of the hackathon. And just to close, another key aspect for us is Europeana and the digital humanities, and this relates to something which has been said in the welcoming remarks today. We also would like to see Europeana as an important pool of information for research. This can be done on the one hand via the Europeana API and also via the linked open data, which will be made available by Europeana. And this is my last slide. I think a new project which started a few weeks ago, the Digital Manuscripts to Europeana project, which will develop a set of services especially tailored towards the digital humanities, which will have a way to work with Europeana content via a platform which will be developed in this project. To summarize, Europeana for the Austrian National Library, on the one hand, it's an important channel for us to connect our content with users. It's important for us as an advocate for open culture. So it's not only an aggregator, but it's really also this facilitation track, which is important for us, a facilitator for change and innovation. And as you will have seen, it's also a key partner for us for technological development in the cultural heritage sector. This was it. Thank you very much for your attention. Thanks.
Thanks, Max, for your presentation. And do you have some questions? Okay.
Thank you. It's just information, Max. What is the FLOSS project?
FLOSS stands for free and open software. And in Europeana version 2, we have a work package which deals with finding information about all free software which is already around in the cultural heritage sector. On the one hand, results from Europeana projects, but also looking at software which has been developed in other domains worldwide, and collecting information about the licensing conditions, about documentation, is it available or not, what's the status of documentation, and then making all this information available via a wiki. And we think this might really trigger a lot of uptake in the domain. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And now we are at the last presentation of the content provider vision. And I invite here Ghislaine for his presentation. Ghislaine, CVC is one of the assets partner, and I have to say that Ghislaine is playing a very difficult role because he's the coordinator of the content providers. He's responsible for the content that has been aggregated into Europeana, and I think that this has been a quite complicated task. Then Ghislaine, due to its technical expertise, because he has a role inside the CVC also for the development of the European Navigator on digital libraries. So he plays the role also of the interfaces between the technical part and the content part. He's a link that is absolutely necessary, fundamental, in order to create a dialogue and exchanges between content provider that sometimes, not always, and I have to say in the last years, it is they are more familiar, more and more familiar with the technologies, but of course a translator in the middle, it's always usual, and Ghislaine has played this role in, I have to say, successfully. Now what is presenting to us Ghislaine today is an example of the adoption of the asset services in CVC. This is a real story, another good story, that it's a good result for the asset project. I leave the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Silvia, for this very kind introduction. And you're completely right. It was a very difficult job, but also a very, very interesting one. So let's start the presentation. So, yes, that's better. Okay, so I would like to start my talk with just a little quote, because the title of this event is Innovation for Culture, and it links directly to what Silvia says. Innovation consists in socializing technological invention, and so that's kind of human process. And that's really the key here for what we are talking about. So my presentation will talk about the assets content provision and trying to give you some feedback from the content provision from assets, not only the CVC, but all the content providers. I will be happy also to answer to your questions if you have specific questions about how CVC will deal with that, but it will be more general in this way. I will talk about also the role of assets to bringing some best practices to Europeana in some way for the specific task that we have developed in the context of Europeana. And then my last slides will be more kind of inspiration slide for maybe for the roundtable, trying to be at the place of the content providers and see what they have to face with Europeana. Of course, it's a fantastic opportunity, but some of them we will see they can be lost also, because there's a lot of services, a lot of things, like Max presented them before. There's a so huge amount of services and data that you can use for your own business. So, did you already show you the list of assets contents provider? So here is the complete list with the different countries, and just you see that at the end of this slide there is also the Europeana Foundation, which in the context of assets was also assimilated as a content provider because we reuse also some of the content of Europeana. I'm thinking, for example, about query logs that we reuse, and it was a query logs from Europeana. Just to say that in the context of assets, and this is a very nice specificity of the project, we not only deal with metadata, but also with real media, and with a large amount of real media. So assets did provide more than 400,000 media files, and it represents something like 0.5 terabyte. So we need also to deal with storing everything, be able to choose the right formats and everything. So it adds a kind of level of complexity in what we do in the context of the project. The media comes also from very different types of organizations. It could be news, broadcast, music, or history. So it was very heterogeneous content. One part of my work in the context of assets was trying to match, in a way, the expectation of the content providers, which are here in this cloud. And you see that in the middle of the slide, there is the word visibility. So that's a very interesting one. We make a kind of survey at the beginning of the project, asking to each content provider, what is really interesting you in Europeana and particularly in assets? What would you like to have at the end of the project? And that's more or less the word that come in this context. So having an experience with Europeana, working on my content, having more visibility, working on my metadata, and being part of Europeana, of course, the word which is the bigger here. But also, we try to match that with the technical service ambitions. And also the technical teams have some kind of dreams, things that they would like to do. They have some technology that already exists and that they want to apply in the context of assets in Europeana. And here you will find, of course, more technical words like automatic classification, for example, or linking, enriching content. So, in a way, it was quite difficult job to join these two cloud of words in the context of assets. But we have well-defined goals also in the project. So, enhanced search capability, enhanced browsing capabilities, and support also digital preservation, which are goals that are talking for the content providers. We have also some different kind of users. Of course, there is the citizens that will use the services produced by assets. Also, Europeana Foundation, which is reusing the new mechanism for ingestion or new ranking algorithm, for example. But also the content providers via an enhanced content access, digital preservation, and also a set of professional services that assets have developed in this context and that we are actually evaluating. So, just to resume that, this was all about collaboration during the project. So, I will not come into detail, just to give you a general idea of the content provision process in assets. We did provide several times some contents. We made also some adaptation to the content that was provided in the context of assets with different goals. One which was directly providing the asset platform, and the other one also giving new content to Europeana, and particularly audio and video content. So for doing that, we do not only provide some media, and here you have some sample the type of content that we provided. We did also provide some taxonomies that are used in the context of the project. Also some manually annotated metadata. So it's very heterogeneous set of content. So the idea was to, starting from the current Europeana, so here you see the Europeana logo, to the future Europeana, or almost a part of it, with the Assets platform. And here you see also a screenshot of the Assets platform. The next speaker, Sergio, will make it more visible to you with some demonstration. And so the lessons that we learn in this context, the fact that we should manipulate some medias is very important, because we need to deal with data format. It was a very important question. What was the size of the data we should produce for video? Of course, we can export the video in different formats. There was also some very interesting copyright issues. When we talk about metadata, we hear that now with Europeana we will have public domain metadata. So rights is not really any more a problem in this context. But when you have to share some content in order to index them, you will have to work on that and to protect the content that will be used in the context of the project. Also, some watermarking, for example, is something to consider in this context. And another lesson was the different skills that we may find in the different organizations. And some, for example, do have a technical department that can make technical things, others do not have at all. So then you should help them to manage that and to go further inside the project. Another type of lessons, it was the adequacy of content and services. For example, in Assets, we have a wonderful system, automatic, that is doing automatic classification and also automatic cleaning. But to clean something, you need to have something to clean. And that was really a problem in the context of the project, finding content providers who knows that they have bad metadata. Sometimes they are working with control vocabulary, sometimes they are pretty sure that they have good data. Sometimes it's maybe not the case, but maybe they don't want to say that, maybe they don't know, simply because it's hard to check if the metadata are of good quality or not. So we have this type of issue and discussion in the context of the project. And one other point, which is a very important one too, I think it could be a real debate, knowing if something belongs actually to the cultural and scientific heritage domain or not. And here, often we can think about a question of time. For example, take an old song from the 60s. For example, you can say, okay, that's our culture. It's cultural heritage. You take the same one, which is one from the previous year. People will tell you, no, it's not culture. It's just, you know, it's just what we hear on the radio. So that was also a point that we discussed in the context of Assets. And we also have a look on the new Europeana data model, which will not be supported by the Assets ingestion workflow, since the Europeana Foundation will support it this summer. But we already made some experiments with some content providers, because that's something that is really interesting for us. Also, it's a kind of model for sharing the knowledge between the different organizations. So, and finally, the legal issues also. We have to sign a non-disclosure agreement for sharing the Assets media files. And we also have to sign the digital exchange agreement. Max already tell you about that. So for the 1st of July of this year, all the metadata in Europeana will be in the public domain, which is a major change. And we have a lot of discussion about that too, also with the Europeana Foundation. So Finally, what I would like to stress is that Assets is a best practice network, and we should learn from Assets. And what we should do in the context of Assets is also helping content providers that would like to reuse the Assets services. What was our experience? What was our stories in the context of Assets, and how they can leverage on that to try to reuse the services. So. We are coming now in the part, the most inspirational part of the talk, when we will go from Assets to Europeana. Then we will speak about another scale. In Europeana, you already have millions of objects. There are now more than 60 different services, a roadmap for new services that are coming. It's a continuous improvements with new projects. They are also making some now collaboration with big players. There's a project with Europeana and Wikipedia now. So the question of scale is very important in this context, and Assets also develop services that are scalable and that are able to be integrated in this context inside Europeana. We see before in the Max presentation the very nice buildings of the Austrian National Library, but the situation where content provider can be related to all these new services, all the opportunities that are there, is in a way for someone very new, they can be completely lost. What could I do? What should I do with that? How should I consider that? What are the choices that I should do or not in this context? And here, maybe we can say that Europeana is a kind of digital ecosystem. Here, I intend digital ecosystem as to be a kind of evolving social media system where there are some stakeholders that are there, sometimes disappear, some new stakeholder appears. Even the content of Europeana, we can imagine, for example, with the data exchange agreement, that some content will be removed from Europeana. So in a way, it's something that is really living and that you should follow. And then the characteristics of a digital ecosystem are also open innovation, the serendipity, also the fact that you can simply navigate and find new things into the system, also a kind of loss of control that people should accept, and also the content provider. Accepting to put your content in Europeana is also in a way accepting to lose a part of your control, but you will get some benefit from that. So to come to something more linked to poetry, and I think that the development of Europeana and of course Europeana is also linked to the Linked Open Data Initiative. It could maybe share the same paradigm. I mean by that we are now building the blocks that will permit us to construct something new tomorrow in this context, and this is very important for Europe and for culture. In this way, we could consider also that Europeana is a kind of generative system in a way that it will be able to produce unanticipated change through a new contribution and through varied audiences that are coming from everywhere. Here I would like to talk about the hackathon, for example. That are something very, very important because they produce really new things. They produce creativity in a way, and that's something very important. And what I would like to stress here too is that the fact that the European Commission is funding some projects like Assets are very important. I remember a meeting we have in the context of the European Cluster Advisory Board, where we were discussing about the services, about the fact that if Google decide to make the same services tomorrow, it would be better, faster, etc. But maybe it will be less generative because also in a way less open. So it is very important that keep in the public domain and that people can leverage on that tomorrow. So also coming back to the question of scale, the writer of the long tail books says that every abundance creates a new scarcity. And here with the abundance of information that we will have in the context of Europeana and assets, we will have a lot of information, we will need context. We will have a lot of choice, we will need advices, we will need time to see all this content, and of course it will be a kind of competition for attention. And this context, advice, time, reputation, the services developed by assets contribute to improve that for sure. So I will finish my talk by kind of dream. We are here in the Zanem Castle. We are here in the center that is working on European integration studies, and we all know that Europe, the situation is not so great now. So if we can try to build the Europe of culture with our projects, it will be a first good step. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ghislaine. You have given to us a very clear ideas on the works done, and what I appreciated a lot is your interpretation of what this work has to be exploited in order to create something new. And I also, if you go on to the previous slide, I like it a lot, this one, building Europe of culture. But not just building, but try to exploit culture for Europe. Europe is a country, is a space, is something very great in terms of culture. This is our heritage, and we need to use culture for us, for the countries, for the population, for the economic growth, for everything. So we need to build Europe upon the culture. That this will bring a real change. Nowadays we see cultures like something belonging to everybody, and this is true because culture is for everybody. But for us, it's an heritage. It can be also an economic heritage, and so the discussion that I would like to have during the roundtable is also how we can see new business approach, a new business model for better exploit culture. Culture not just for users, final user like citizen, but culture, especially cultural digital content that can be used from the private sector, from industry, that can take advantages of it. And what we need to provide to them is instrument, tools that facilitate the findings of culture, the research for culture and digital content, something that is the evidence of what we have in our country. So I really appreciate your presentation because it starts a new discussion that we will have during the roundtable. So now we pass to the assets part, completely focused on the services, and we are Gigi and Sergio. You already have known Gigi, and Sergio is from the Austria Institute of Technologies, and he is our technical director in assets, and he is the responsible of the good quality of all the technical part of the project. So together, Gigi with Sergio will present some concrete results of the project. Hoping that everything will work.
Of course. Thanks, Silvia. I would say that I think that the event is going, I suppose, very well, because I am looking in real time the situation about the person that are following us, not only in the tweet. I remember the hashtag is Innovation for Culture. So if you are going to tweet, please use this hashtag. And currently we have more or less 50 persons that are looking out our live stream. Some person also from USA. So thanks for following us. And there were something like 100 tweets from the start of this event. Okay, now we go to introduce the assets services, and in particular Sergio, which is the technical director of the project, which leads the aspect of the framework, the assets framework, which allowed to build on top of that the services. And by working also for the integration that is doing in these weeks, we are working hardly, but is a real nice experience, this integration with the Europeana. So I would say thanks to Sergio, and I will say thanks also to Jan for the cooperation from the Europeana side in integrating the result that we did in this year. So now we go in further details. We explain the rationale and the algorithms that are behind our services, which are our assets of project. So we'll see demos, so presentation and demos, real demos. So we go directly on the Europeana test integration, the environment of Europeana. So we'll show our services, but you'll see Europeana. So you will see today Europeana using the assets services, which I think is the most important result of this project. And finally, so we'll have this demo and the presentation, and finally we'll have the presentation from Francesco Nucci from engineering, and together with Patrizia Sproni from Confculture regarding the aspect of industrial perspective. So please, Sergio, if you want to enter.
Yes.
To present.
Thank you, Gigi, for the introduction of my presentation. I would like also to thank to CVC that organized this very nice event, and we have the possibility to go live with the presentations, and some people there in internet will be able to see our live presentations. Let me, okay. So I'm working for the Austrian Institute of Technology in Vienna, in Austria, and I will present today the work of our partners. I was responsible for leading the implementation of the asset services, and this was a hard job, but I think we did a lot in the assets project, and we will see the results as has been already announced. We have some assets, asset services that are already integrated and deployed on Europeana assets test server. And I will present these services. I will briefly discuss what they are doing. I will go afterwards in the insights of the implementation for some of the services. And I will tell you what was the path for the development and how we reached this last part of the project when we are integrating the services. And so I selected the part of the services which are more interesting for the end user. So asset is a user-oriented project, and therefore, well, due to the time limitations, we cannot present all services, but we present the services that present more value for the end users. And I will close my presentation with the conclusions and telling you what I learned in this project. So again, the screen with the service overview, I will not discuss too much about this. I just want to place the services that will be demonstrated in this schema. And so we will present the indexing and retrieval services in the left part of the diagram. I will present then some browsing and characterization services and community services. These are the services that are meant for the end users, and there are the other services, metadata enrichment, digital preservation services, which are meant more for content providers and for back-end processing. So the end user services implemented in assets, they deal with the text-based retrieval, and I think that if someone of us is not very familiar with the Europeana portal, I think that most of us are familiar with the Google search, and all of us know that when the amount of data starts to be very large, then you have problems to find the exact piece of information you need at the time. And so we have, afterwards, we have some services for content-based retrieval. Europeana project has a particularity of being multinational, multi-language. There are, I think, 27 languages which are used in Europeana, and it's not that easy for users, maybe for French users, to find content which has a Slovenian description. But if you are using the content-based retrieval, if you are searching for objects which are visually similar, you will be able to find content which has a description in other languages. And so you can still find some parts of information that might be useful for you at that time. And I think that at the beginning of Europeana, we didn't have too much possibility to browse through the content. It's better now with the last version of the portal, where you have the possibility to browse through the objects within the same, having the same subjects coming from the same institution, or being created, having the same creator. But I think this is a functionality that librarians are still missing. They are used to have indexing, they are used to browse through the content because they know exactly where to find the content. And so in order to improve this, we have the semantic cross-linking browsing service, which addresses this problem. And we also have the user-generated content service, which aims to allow the users to provide their information to Europeana. So it's also a question which is often coming from the content providers. Well, I'm giving the metadata, the content to Europeana, but what will I get back from Europeana? And it's the same also was coming. We have organized the user-generated content workshop in Vienna, and we have people invited from Wikipedia, and they told us, well, Wikipedia is free, you can use it in Europeana, you can link it in Europeana to enrich the data, but give us something back. You link in Europeana, we will also like to link you in Wikipedia. So I think user-generated content allowing users to provide their information to Europeana is also very important, and I think there are already great projects that started, like the First World War. It's already a project in this direction, and I hope it will come more in the future. So the professional services are the ones that mainly are doing the back-end processing, and they are preparing the information that is needed by the end-user services to present the information in an appropriate way for the end users. And we have here services for metadata enrichment, so categorization, annotation. We have knowledge extraction also. And also each retrieval service has a backend part, which is actually the indexing. So if we have content-based retrieval, we must also have content-based indexing, which is, again, backend processing. And we have the services which deal with the management of the multimedia content that we got in ACES project. So it's preparing the ground for digital preservation. And for the support of the text-based retrieval services, it's very important to get the information from the query logs, as you will see in the next slides. So a little bit about implementation of the ACES services, which were the most important milestones, what did we achieve at which time. So I want to say that the first very important milestone in the project was the first year review, where we were already able to demonstrate 2, 4, 6 services that were already integrated in a portal. So the ACES portal is a copy of the Europeana portal that we made at the beginning of the project in 2010. And this is where we improved the graphical user interface. And here was where we integrated the services in the first instance. So 2 months later, we were able to integrate another 2 services in the graphical user interface, and we organizing a first meeting with Europeana in which we discuss which are the most important services, which are the most interesting services for Europeana, so that we can properly plan the development actions and to schedule this work that we did in the last week, the integration in Europeana. And at the same time, with the Europeana Tech Conference, we also finalized the implementation, the first version of all end-user services. And we were able to demonstrate most of them at the Europeana Tech Conference, where we have had a stand, and we have had also our colleague that was participating to the hackathon and took the second prize using the services. I think this was also a motivation for Europeana to accept our services. It was once again proven that we did a good job, and so it's just the next step was just to make everything production ready. Okay, and so after developing all the services in ACES, we organized a user evaluation, which has had mainly the goal to organize usability testing, but we were also able to put some questions which were also about the quality of the services and to get the feedback from the users. And do I have the mouse? Yeah, right. So we got some very positive feedback from the users. So for the questions, would you like to use these services in the future? We find that for image similarity search, for query suggestions, a lot of users said, yes, I would like to use this in the future. The answers were from the scala 1 to 7, but so in experience, if we are from statistics, we know that almost no one is using the first and the last level in the scala. So being between 2 and 3 with the most users answers, I would say that the users really liked the services. And same for the metadata-based ranking service, which has the goal to improve the ranking functions, the retrieval and the presentation of the results in the Europeana. We have had also a small questionnaire. We have had only 40 3 users, but we can see, so we don't claim that this is statistically relevant, but we already have a feedback that 24 of the users answered that the assets ranking is better than Europeana ranking, and 15 of them preferred the Europeana ranking, the existing Europeana ranking, and for 4 users it was almost the same. So these were very important milestones in the project, and now we get to the finish of the assets project, and we have the final milestone, which is the Europeana integration. The images that you can see here are taken from our task management system, Track, and it's everything open. You can also check them online. And in the last discussions with Europeana, we decided to have a technical evaluation from the Europeana side of the metadata-based ranking and query suggestion service. And when we got the technical okay, we were able to start the integration in the last version of the portal. And these 2 services are also based on the backend processing made by the query log analysis service. So this is also implicitly integrated in Europeana, and we are now in analyzing, having the technical analysis of the image indexing and retrieval, and we hope in the next weeks to start integrating and to integrate this service too in the last Europeana portal. So a little bit about the query suggestion service. So if you use Google, there is a functionality that is many times overseen, but at the end of the page of the results, you will see something like this. You will see on the left side, it's a kind of spelling correction or query completion, so by adding new terms. And on the right side, it's something what Google thinks that is related to this search. So exactly like this is what we are doing also in Assets. We are searching the terms which are related to the current search, helping the users to find the information they need more easily. Anyway, these recommendations and the relationship between the query and the terms that you are searching for, they are dependent on the corpus that you have. So you can see here, if you are searching for Mona Lisa, for Da Vinci's Mona Lisas, you get one related query, Leonardo da Vinci. This is a good suggestion. But the rest of them will not be relevant for the assets content. It seems that there are some Kreuzfahrt, how do you say? Kreuzfahrt? Cruise ships. Thank you. So there is a cruise ship which is has the name Mona Lisa, and well, maybe this is an interesting result for Google nowadays with the cruise ships, but it's not that interesting for Europeana. So what do the user need? The user need to find the results and the information they need easily in the portal. And they will try, they have the possibility to enter search terms, but they will probably not get the information they are needed, the objects in the first result page. They will need to refine the search and to search again. So also these queries, the search queries, is the way how the user express their information needs and transmit it to the system. Okay? So therefore, we want to say that the query suggestion service is the service that helps the user to better express their information needs in terms of search queries. And by using these services, you can also find relationships between objects and concepts which are available in the system, and you can find some very new and unexpected information. The metadata-based ranking service, it's not doing something very spectacular, but is doing something what is very useful for the user. So also from your experience, you can confirm that if you are going in Google searching for something, you are you are looking only on the first result page, and sometimes you browse the second and the third page, but not more. Okay, so therefore it's very important that the most interesting results are coming in the first results page. So therefore, in order to prove everything what I said before, I will give you an example of searching and browsing information in Europeana. I prepared a couple of links to help me to save time during the presentation. Is this not? This is not. Ah, okay. No, should be here. Thank you. Okay, so let's open a search session in Europeana, and thinking that we have the goal to find the Da Vinci painting, so the painting of Da Vinci named Mona Lisa in the Louvre. Okay, so let's say I was in Louvre 10 years ago, and I don't remember very well the name of the painting, but I remember somehow that it was a painting of Da Vinci, okay? So if we are going to Europeana searching for Da Vinci, we get the following result. Well, it's not really the painting, what I can find in the first page, but it's something that it's about this painting, seems to be some journal about this. And if I'm opening this, I think there is someone written. Yeah, we have here La Joconde. Okay, so this is the one of the French names for Mona Lisa. And if we search for Joconde, we get the next results. Well, a lot of results, but still not the result that I. Let's try Joconde Da Vinci. Maybe I get something better. Okay, yeah, much better. Okay, and if we see now the results, even the first results, we see Mona Lisa. And it might ring a bell. Okay, yeah, I was searching for Mona Lisa. Maybe we can even discard Joconde to see. And we get to the results which are very good for us. This is what we are thinking, and if we want even a better filter, we can also add Louvre here in the results, okay? And we get now only the objects which are about the Mona Lisa painting in Louvre, in Europeana. Okay, so, well, if this was not very easy to find in the Europeana, we cannot blame and say it's the fault of Europeana. No, it's about the corpus, it's about the information that you have, it's about the amount of the metadata, it's about a lot of things. It's about having a multilingual index. Okay, so let's now go to our portal. To the new portal, let's see. Is this the link? This. No, it's not this one. Assets, Google Church. Is this the one? No. It's okay. So it's about So we said that we will start from DaVinci. If we are doing the same on the new test server that where we integrated other services, so and we type DaVinci, we already get a list of recommendations, and we will find DaVinci, we will find Louvre Paris, we will find Mona Lisa, we will find also Gioconda, the Italian name, and a lot of other things. And if we are searching for Mona Lisa, you can see that I needed only 2 clicks in the new portal to find the information that I need. Okay, so I think this is very good for us, and more than this, that we save time by using just 1 click. We got some new information in here. Yeah, we know we have the information that Gioconda is in Louvre in Paris. We have even the problem of our search from the first beginning. Yeah? These items that we are searching for are described in French, and the French spelling of Mona Lisa is with double N. Okay, so if we are searching for 1 N, so this is somehow a problem of multilinguality. Yeah? And more than this, I will demonstrate now also the metadata-based ranking, and I will give you an extreme example, because only on the limits you can see the difference between the 2 services. And I will type here Gioconda. Okay, sorry, Gioconda. Okay, and you will see in the assets portal there are a lot of Giocondas here in the world. And I see that on the second result I get some information about my Gioconda, the Gioconda I was searching for. And if we are going to the current Europeana portal and search for Gioconda, I already have here the search, you can see that there are a lot of items that have the Gioconda in their name. Yeah? And if you don't have an explicit and more information, if you don't provide more information to the search engine, you will get in the first result page a lot of information that is not useful for you. We also don't claim that we made a miracle. Yeah? So it's only, here is also 1 item maybe which is relevant for us, but it's still the starting point to go further and to find exactly the information we need in comparison with the other. And I repeat again, the problem is here the richness of the metadata description. The problem is here having descriptions in different language and having different users, most of them preferring to use their own their mother language when searching for the content. Okay, and many users don't know. So I also didn't knew before that I should write with double N Mona Lisa, because I'm Romanian. I write with 1 N. In Italian, you write also with 1 N. Yeah? So this is about the metadata-based ranking and the query suggestions. In the assets portal, let me check, where is it? So we even had a screen where we compared the search, the old search from Europeana with the new ranking from the assets. The assets demo is using an index which is about 4 or 5 months old. So this, and I think the ranking in Europeana was changed a little bit also in between. So it's not exactly the same results as in Europeana portal now, but they are quite similar. This is how we prove, and this is how we test our service that it does a good job, but we discuss with Europeana, and this is only for testing, and this screen will be not implemented in Europeana portal in the next version of Europeana portal, so it's not really meaning, it's just for testing. So let's go back to the presentation. Okay, so, and I will explain you a little bit more in details what the services are doing. Yeah? During my search session, I provided information to the system, actually. I provided information to the system, typing Mona Lisa, Da Vinci, Gioconda, and so on. This information is stored in the query logs. These query logs store information about the user, about the information use time. How much? Okay. And some information is explicit. So it says if the user found what we were searching for, if the user, which were the terms that the user was using to find the information they need. And there is also some implicit information that was also confirmed during the user evaluation test. So the users like to get the results which have an image, which have a good description, and also they use their language. So in these query logs we have these informations. We need to gather this information from the query log and to exploit it in building the services. So how does our service work? So we analyze the search sessions where we provide 2 or 3 search queries, and we finally end up by clicking one items, and this is an implicit information that this is the information that we're searching for. And at this point, we say, well, the user found what he wanted to search. This was a good query. This is a satisfactory session. And I could recommend the same query to another user. And also, I might think that the different search queries that were used by the user are related to each other. Yeah, this is how we build the query suggestions. And of course, in the query suggestion, what I said before, we can find out that the relationship between queries is not explicitly, but there is the relationship. So the Mona Lisa was painted by Da Vinci. It's located in Louvre in Paris. It's also known as La Joconde, or in Italian Gioconda, and even the French spelling problem, Mona Lisa. I hope I'm not wrong with that this is how you write Mona Lisa in French. So this service was developed by our colleagues from High Performance Computing Laboratory from EST-CNR, and we have the scientific contact Raffaele Perego and the developer Diego Ceccarelli. That if you have some questions, I could answer now, or I can answer at the end of the presentation, or if there are more in details, or if you are interested in these services, you can contact also the people which are the owners of this service. So going to the next service, the image similarity search. So as I said before, multilingually, so having a multilingual index is nice, but having a multilingual index doesn't mean that we have a translation of the metadata in all languages. Okay, and there are users that might have problems to search the content by text search, and therefore the content-based search is very useful for them. The image similarity search is a base for other similarity search services. The 3D similarity search, video similarity search work on the same concept by indexing and finding visual similarities between the items. I will present now only the image similarity search, which has also the most interesting results. This is on one side because the content-based search is dependent on the amount of content that you have in the index, and we have much less content, 3D and video content in our index. And we have I will explain the very basics behind this service. So there is one part of the indexing of the content. The service is taking the image that we have and extracts some features, which are about the forms available and the texture available in the image, and some which are about the color distribution in the index. And this is what we are doing with the collections, with the items that we already have in on our server. We are indexing all images, put them in the index, and when some user is coming with a search query in the term of an object, someone could come, for example, with Van Gogh and searching if it's something similar. So we will do the same thing. Service is doing the same thing, extracting the features, and it's using an approximate similarity metric to decide if two items are similar to each other or not. So using this service, and depending on the amount of content in the index, we can have a painting of Van Gogh searching in the index and coming up with Gioconda. Bear in mind that this is not about the object recognition. So the goal of this service is not to find exactly the same pattern in the index. I mean, this service is not searching for all images on Van Gogh, but maybe it's searching for images that have that are using the similar colors, and maybe images that are portraits, okay, which have the same form. This is also object recognition is very time-consuming, and it's used in professional application, but it's not really a service that it's nowadays ready to be offered to the public user for retrieval. So how can we use this image similarity search? So we have 3 scenarios which are implemented in the assets server. And I will switch again, and I will go to demonstrate you live what we can do in our server. And we prepared some links for the search. For example, we can search for Goranczi. This is a very nice church, old church in Albania. And well, there are some contents coming from German, but I think there is also some content in using Albanian language, and I will not be able to use. But let's say I find very nice these pictures, and I would try to see if I'm able to find some similar in the index. And indeed, if I'm searching for one painting with some paintings from the from this church, I'm able to find some other paintings from the same church, and there are also some situations where the computer cannot distinguish, well, this is a map or this is a painting. This information is hard to distinguish. It's not a perfect service, but I think it's a great service to explore the space that you have in Europeana. I would say even this Teppich is on the wall. Tapestry, exactly. Even this tapestry, which I think it's also very similar to a painting, I think it's a good result. We have also, let's go back and say this was about paintings. If we click on the image of the church, and what would I expect to get back when I'm searching for this? Well, in the first results, of course, is the element I was searching for in the index. It seems like an old building, medieval building, and it seems to be a Mediterranean one. And indeed, the results are, most of them are buildings, and most of them are from Mediterranean region. Yeah, so I think it's nice and also funny to explore this space. More than this, well, this is just content in Europeana. You can just keep clicking and explore what is the content Europeana. But you can also go to search for some other content. For example, you might search for images in Google, and you can get the URL of this image and to go in our portal and to search if we can find some similar objects in Europeana. So we were coming from Google to Europeana, and so I think it will take a few moments to load all images. So, okay, now the images are loaded, and we can see that we were searching from Google. We were taking the interior of a church, and we found a lot of interiors from other churches. These are objects which are available in Europeana. I think it's very nice. Well, we have also the interior of a cave. Again, so the system is, the service is not perfect, but it's quite good. And we have, yes, please.
So what you have shown right now, that you can use the similarity search also from a content coming from Google's.
It was searching Google, but it was on one side, maybe some potential content providers from Europe. Oh, it's from Wikipedia coming, yeah. So can't be from different content providers, can search with their content in if they find something similar in Europeana.
So how do you link?
So it's when I demonstrated, I took the URL of the image because I need. Yes, I take the URL, I download it on our server. We go through the process that I described you before to analyze this image and to extract these features from the image and searching in the index. And having this compromise of using an approximate metric for similarity computation, we have the advantage of being very fast. You can see I took the image from from Google. I put it in our system, and in a second I got the results. So we were waiting because we were loading external images, but it was not the searching time that caused the delay in that case.
If I have now my images in my PC, and
Exactly.
I want to use my image.
This is the next scenario. I will search. Can someone help me to tell me which is the desktop here? The first one. Bureau. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I found it. So you can see here. This is a building from my city in Zalău. I don't think that Europeana knows about it. It's the city council in Zalău. Yes. Well, again, I'm not blaming Europeana at all, because I think Max and also Gislan explained us which are all the problems behind content provision. Yeah. But okay, so let's try with this. So it's something. Well, you cannot find this building here, but the search service provided me a list of images. I think this is in Austria. Yeah, this is near Austrian National Library. We have, I don't know. So we have a lot of buildings that seems to have a similar form with mine. And maybe I can, if I have time, I will give you another. Again, something that you don't have for sure in Europeana. This is a church in from my city. And if I'm searching for a search, I'm expecting to get some churches back, and indeed I get some. So this is a church. This, I think, yes, it's also a church. For content similarity search, it's a big problem to distinguish between churches and castles, because they have, by taking a photo, they have a very similar form. Yeah? But I think it's also very nice to use these scenarios. 5 minutes left? Yes, please.
Yes, thank you, Georg. What kind of technology are you using to compare images? Is it color distribution, position in space, fingerprinting?
It's color distribution and also some shape.
Shape, yeah, so or organization in space?
Or
as saying blue on top, then landscape.
No, I think it's independent of the position, also rotations and so on. They are ignored. It's just about the form.
Okay.
Well, let's say I'm the expert in integrating these services and testing these services, but the real experts in image similarity search, our colleagues from the Network Multimedia Information System Lab, so Giuseppe Amato and Paolo Bollettieri. What I know that they are also, well, they have their feature extraction, and they are also using the Lyre indexing, which is open source. If this information is useful for INA, I think it's very nice. So I think I will not be able to present all services that I wanted to present before, but I want to present the next one, the semantic cross-linking browsing, because this is a very interesting use case and a very interesting service, because here is where we identified exactly the conflict of interest between the content providers and the software developers. And so the software developers have also the wish, like the librarians, to be able to browse information in Europeana portal. And we would also like to browse information not only within the so not within one category assigned by a content provider, so not only in the collection of a content provider, but I would like to search for example, for churches in all collections, okay? If you name a church, so if you put a category church, or if you put Kirche, or if you put Basilica or Biserica or whatever, I would like to find this. So I would like to have one category, which is the symbol of the churches, doesn't independent of the language, and I would like to be able with one click to browse objects in this category. So this is our wish, but we find out that it's not very easy to achieve this. What Gislan described as before, computer scientists and librarians have different interests, and more than this, they have also different mentalities, okay? So one of them are thinking it's better to be roughly right than precisely wrong, yeah? And the other ones say, all I know is that I know nothing.
Different ages anyway.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So I will let you guess, or which one is the computer scientist and which one is the librarian. But we were very happy to have INA working for these services, because they are on one side technology providers and librarians, and they were the ones that helped us to establish a process which made us both computer scientists and librarians to be happy. So this is how we developed the manual annotation tool and the annotation propagation tool, which are tools that support librarians or, yes, the archivists to categorize the content and the metadata, and not by clicking through each object and say, well, I think this belongs to this category and put it there, okay? So the first step in this process is to provide to the librarians possibility to use batch processing. And they were able to use a search to select some content in our corpus, and to get back a list of candidates that could be used to assign one category. And well, in this corpus, as I shown you before, so content-based is not. No, this is a search filter. Yeah, it's not all the objects that we get back from content selection will belong to one category, but the annotator will be able to assign a category to all objects that he get back, and then he will save this in the multimedia index. The second part of the service is the annotation propagation service. So we exploit the services that I showed you before using the content-based similarity, and we think that the objects which are visually very similar, they have a great potential to belong to the same category. But of course, we are not 100% right with this, with the objects that we get back from content similarity search, and that's why the annotator will be asked to select where you have the correct categorization, and after you save them into the Europe assets index, you will be able to also to search it. So, and I will go back for this live demonstration. I think have here I prepared. So if you are searching in the semantic category of churches, in our system, we will find now only churches. So we put inside semantic categories. When you click on it, you get the list of churches. This is a little bit different from searching using the content similarity search, where you get some churches and some castles. Okay, so it's exactly the same problem, but this is our solution that we adopted, and we were able to make everyone to be happy. And at the end, the annotator will say, well, I knew it well. I have now my objects assigned with their categories, and they will be supported by the computer scientists in their work that say, well, I'm approximately right. Yeah? So just use the part from my work that is 100% right. So this service was developed by our colleagues from the CERT Institute in Greece, and the colleagues of Daniel Teruggi. I think Patrick Couronnet is here. He was the one. He was the one who did the work and helped us to find a consensus between the two worlds. Computer science and image. So I will skip some slides now. I will not able to do the presentation of the user-generated content, and I will go up to the conclusions because of the lack of time. What I would like to say about the Assets project, I find Assets project to be very interesting. It's a project which provides a lot of very nice services to the end user, is user-oriented, and in the same time, we are also following the Europeana culture of being open and providing everything open source. We got very positive feedback from the user evaluation. I think I presented you the power of our services. I hope you like them. And I would like to thank to all the development team that did a good job and supported us to integrate the service in the Europeana. So there are a lot of material publicly available on our website. If you go in under the library, you will be able to see some storyboards, and you will see also some videos with our service, what I presented you, and even more you can find off the website. And in the spirit of cultural heritage, I would like to, me and my assistant, I would like to help you, to thank you for being here and attending my talk. And if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. Yes.
Please tell us something in 30 seconds about the user-generated content.
Yes. So the user-generated content, I have here the slide with the architecture. So the idea is that the end users, by now we have a client which was developed by our colleagues in, not in CNR, in Japan. We have a Webull client. There is a web interface that allows you to upload and to link, to annotate objects, and to submit them to the assets server, which acts as an aggregator for this content. So the users prepare their information, the metadata in SF format by now. They may upload images or videos or whatever they have, and they can submit this information to the asset server, which is maintaining a workspace the user have a workspace until he finishes all the uploading all the information, providing of the information. This information will be stored on the asset server in the workspace, and when the user says that, well, now I completed with my information, there is an outbox where we put a message and the description, the essay description of the objects, and we notified Europeana, okay, we have new content that you can harvest and ingest in Europeana. So this is the process that we developed in the in assets, and there is, well, we have just a prototype for the front end. The main part is the back end that can be used in other projects and has the REST APIs. It's open source in the server and can be used in our contexts. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, just to add something more, you explained it very well. Mainly, the work is based on creating what they call unit of work. So you can create a new work based on contents that are already in Europeana. So you can combine new contents and also add new metadata. So you could enrich the same metadata already available on the...
Who's validating?
This is when we say user-generated content, we create a new user content,
yeah, that's
and that is submitted for as the usual ingested content. So then it follows the usual Europeana ingestion process in order to be validated.
Yeah, but Europeana ingests certified information only.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Or trusted information.
Definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
But the real the interesting aspect is that if you see the previous slide where there is the architecture, mainly this service provide APIs for supporting community service. So a community can work on a unit of work by notifying the experience, by notifying the contents that are available, by notifying also the metadata that are used for enrich. So it's a playground for a community that that can work on the unit of work. So this is, I think, the interesting. We used a new technology from the Japan partner, Mehmet Technology, by using the Webbles, but that is just a way for implementing the user interface. So the most important value that I would stress again is that we are providing APIs. So you could use these APIs in order to implement other graphical user interface, but this is the main structure. Thanks.
We have also a video that we can play offline, but I don't know if we have the time to play the video, but I think 4 minutes.
Okay, then.
Okay.
Just drag and drop it in Firefox.
It's a little bit... Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So there is here a little bit the demonstration of the service with the Webble client, but this will be typically...
The slide.
I beg your pardon?
You could move it as a slide just to show the most representative aspect.
Yes, well, I can tell a few words. So we can see here a client, a possible client for having a workspace and creating the unit of works. Actually is an object, a metadata object, and in this client we also have the possibility, we have the idea which will be possible to implement much easier in EDM to link the objects. So this is also very important information to provide linking between the objects in Europeana, which will be possible and will be supported by the EDM. And you can see now, I don't know, I think it's an example,
Yeah.
Nicola Aloia creating a seminar where you can invite some people and to describe them, and you also can add an object. I think it's again Gioconda to discuss about this, and this is the client that
Yes, and you can see that you can add the properties from the ESC model. So
Yes,
it's a
so
way
it's
for doing the double task, using the contents, adding the metadata, and allowing the contributors to work together. Of course, this is just a way for implementing the user interface.
It's a prototype, of
yes,
course,
it's
but-
just a way
and
for demonstrating.
Each aggregator project will have its own graphical user interface, and maybe we'll use similar functionality.
This is perfectly clear. This and the previous diagram from how we link. No, it's just there's a door somewhere, and who opens the door to bring the contents in Europeana, for example? It's not Europeana's work.
So
to do
in
that.
this
maybe
in this
if you're
case-
thinking of aggregators that do that somewhere, I understand.
Exactly,
yeah.
exactly.
That's
So
what you're-
asset server acts as an aggregator in this
I see,
scenario.
I see.
And well, there was not a step foreseen by now, but I think I completely agree. The user-generated content should be curated. Should be someone who really approves and says, well, this content is appropriate for being publishing in Europeana. And I think it's the same as Wikipedia is doing. So everyone is allowed to put information in Wikipedia, but it will be all the time someone that will need to verify the information that you provided in Wikipedia and can reject what you added there. I think this is the right process for user-generated content. Are there some other questions? Yes, please.
I don't know if there's time for another question.
We will take one.
Thank you. My name is Frank Thinnes, and I'm also a project partner in the Europeana Awareness Project, and we are running a cultural portal with dynamic content, so agenda content basically, you know, about events and all that stuff. And we're dealing pretty much with the same problems. We're having a huge amount of content, making it visible and accessible and all that stuff, and all what you've shown. We found some interesting solutions about the same what you're doing. And that's the question, we realized, because we were looking very closely to how the user is behaving before the user is coming to our websites or to the many websites we're providing content with. And we figured out that the user is basically using Google as its starting page. It's to start searches always in Google. And even people who are knowing our service are using Google to coming to us or finding content to us. So we figured that search engine optimization is the thing to do to reach out to more audiences, and we started it last year. The second thing is last year Google did an update, the famous or infamous Panda update, I don't know if you know it, and all these content aggregators like us pretty much went down because we were considered as being duplicating content and existing content. It is very bad. And when I search Google, I see that although there are loads of interesting content in Europeana, and we're having the same problem, so we can talk about later. We're dealing with the same problem. We are way back. We're going down, and other services or other websites on top of the Google search list. So where you looking at search engine optimization in your studies? And if yes, what did you find out? How can we as content aggregators and platforms who are aggregating content, how can we compete with Panda updates and all that stuff from Google.
So what do you mean exactly by search engine optimization? Do you think of getting the best results?
Yeah,
or
I mean,
do you
I
think
don't
or
mean
how the user use the search
Oh,
engines?
just considering that most of the users are starting to search, not on your website, but on Google. That's
Yes.
where they start to search. And we figured out, we did a little bit of search engine optimization in September last year, just to know
Yes.
if it works or not. And it worked very well, so we went up. So making your content, really simply said, making your content more visible
Okay, I
on
understand.
Google, that when they type in Mona Lisa, Louvre, or only Mona Lisa, that of course there will be Mona Lisa Wikipedia on first or second, and then Mona Lisa Louvre probably third, and then Europeana.
Okay. Yes, well, you can do all the time search engine optimization, but you are aware that all the time Google has the power and you need to react to every change so that you put back your content where this belongs to. And this is the results of Google having the monopoly in this area. Well, there are also Yahoo search and other search engines, but I think it's Google which is the most used. Yeah? And I think this brings me back to what Ghislain says before. What is better, to have our solutions or to use Google solutions? Okay. No, yes.
Just to put it right, not to use the Google solution. You've some websites are doing it. They're integrating the Google search into website. It's really plain search engine optimization, that you keep on doing your business, but you are better listed in the Google ranking without using this.
Yes, I think that I would use the strategy to use Google to grow up, and when Europeana has a name strong enough to compete Google, and all content provider world would like to use this. No, I mean not.
That's
so
not our strategy.
It's not your strategy, but well, maybe I need to rephrase it. So Europeana has some special content. Yeah, it's about cultural heritage. Okay, so your search engine, when it's searching about for some particular searches, is better than the Google. Okay, and when this is growing and more users are using, it will start that users are coming directly to Europeana. This will also happen. Yeah, and you will offer services, and there will be public services. So it should be. If you are small, you cannot compete Google, okay? Yes. But if you are growing, you can. So if public sector will take use of Europeana APIs and also exploit, you will also better be ranked in Europeana.
Yes, the more external linking we have, of course, and that's a big part of search engine optimization. We put a lot of effort in that anyway. I mean, it's about 80% of our traffic comes from Google, either directly or indirectly. Yes. So it's we cannot not do it. It's something we have to do.
So I think we have to live with Google having the monopoly by now, and I think we need to establish something that offers more value for the user, so that in some cases we prefer to come directly to us and not to Google. I think this is my opinion. We know from the history what means to have monopoly in some sector, and it needs to be a competition, even if it's small. But I think we need the competition, and I think it's very good that we have Europeana, which doesn't do what the Google does. Yeah? Europeana is doing something similar, something different, and I like it better for cultural heritage to use Europeana. Okay.
Okay, so I have noticed that this has been a very good session, since it has stimulated a lot of questions. And for the reason we used more time for this section, but we think this has been really useful. So it was a pity to reduce the time just to be on time with the program. So what we suggest now is to break for the lunch, and after lunch at 14:30, not a minute later, we will start with the different part. We will start with the industrial perspective from two speakers. The first one will be Patrizia Sproni, that is the president of Confcultura, that is the association of private enterprise dealing with the promotion and valorization of culture. So I think who better than Patrizia can present us the current situation and give us some hints in order to see how culture can be exploited also from an industrial sector, not just for public. Then Francesco Nucci from engineering. This is engineering, the company that is leading assets, but that has a lot of interest in cultural heritage. Francesco is the director of research, and he has a lot of projects since 2000 dealing with cultural heritage. So he can also give us the industrial perspective, how for an industry can be interesting in exploiting culture in order to create innovative services, innovative models for create business. Then we will start with the roundtable, and so I suggest that you will stay here because the second part of this event will be very, very interesting in order to understand what perspective can we have for the future. And I would like also that this afternoon a roundtable will help us to share and the new ideas and to share new point of view coming from different actors. So have a good lunch, and we will meet in an hour. Thank you. Okay, welcome back after the lunch. We, as anticipated before, we will start with a new page now, and we have two talks about the industry's perspective. And since, as we said a lot of time during this morning, we need to involve in around culture all different actors coming from different domains in order to have the entire value chains that can create new approaches, new business models, and in order to arrive to a socio-economic growth. So now it's really important to have also the vision of the private sector industries, and these two speeches that will anticipate the roundtable will focus on the vision from the first one from an national association of enterprises, private enterprises, that will be held by Patrizia Sproni. She is the director of cultural heritage of the Giunti editorial group, and she's also the president of Confcultura, that is the Italian Association of Private Enterprise for the management and valorization of cultural heritages, and she is also the president of a new foundation that is Culture and Enterprise. So now I will leave the floor to Patrizia, that she will give us an overview of their experience, their vision, and their thought about what is needed for exploit culture for business.
Thank you, Silvia. Thank you for everybody. Thank you for the invitation. I'm glad to be here to share experience and ideas with you. As Silvia said, my company, it's a private company that runs museums in Italy, and in particular the 14 museums in Florence, 5,500,000 visitors, and also all the bookshops and exhibitions, events of the Vatican museums. So it's a very crowded over there, can you imagine? The Lisbon strategy clearly confirmed once again the impact the culture has on competitive ability of a country, and this morning everybody said so. Being understood as the ability of learning and growing, it plays an irreplaceable role in the process of human capital development. In recent years, in fact, it has become an activity that meets the need for knowledge and information of the population. Therefore, from this point of view, investing in culture means investing in knowledge, acting on the competitiveness and innovation capability of people. It is very important to preserve and restore cultural heritage, but also to foster new culture and to spark the virtuous processes of integration and produce healthy effects for local economies through three main channels: growth and attractiveness of human capital, development of cultural tourism, and growth of some industrial and service sectors, which, thanks to cultural creativity, implement the process and product innovation of this latter. The Italian historical, artistic, and landscape heritage is characterized by a very wide set of components of immovable culture. Tangible resources as architectures, archaeological parks, collection, and locked-up archives are huge compared to those of the other countries. Italy has the most extensive cultural heritage in the world, with over 5,800 museums, 2,000 archaeological areas and parks, and 45 UNESCO sites. However, unfortunately, it has become a refrain the fact that our country, despite this huge cultural endowment, shows the lowest profitable and, at the same time, the highest unemployment rate in the cultural sector. The data for this sector are much lower than expected, also in comparison with the results recorded by other European countries, where the average GDP produced by this industry reaches an average of 2.6%, while in Italy we just attain 1.1%. The economy return is lower than it should be. And this is particularly evident when comparisons are drawn with the United States, for instance, which manages to get 16 times the commercial return earned by Italian heritage with barely half the number of sites. Or in France, in Europe, showing returns 4 times greater than those of Italy. These data and considerations, made even more severe by the current crisis, raise serious questions about the future and force all of us, companies, institutions, and government, to rethink corporate and system strategies, as well as economic policies. It should be obvious that to everyone that our heritage is also our capital, a durable capital, which, contrary to what can occur for businesses, cannot be relocated. The fiat can be transferred to US, but not the Colosseo. Therefore, we have to imagine new value chains generated from investment in cultural heritage. We have to establish a production model that can maximize the economic value of assets, which are unique and not replicable, and combine this uniqueness and non-replicability with advanced forms of organization and technology, allowing the free use of the same. The objective of this can be attained only by involving the capital and expertise of private companies, through a more agile and transparent tax exemption, by applying corporate culture to management and marketing, by qualifying resources, which is the social mission that is increasingly strong in economic business nowadays. The scarcity of available funds can be solved by enticing individuals to take charge of the activity that until now have been the prerogative of governments, creating the condition to make their intervention more attractive. Making this industry grow means releasing it from the too many constraints that characterize it, and start a complete production process in which company can be awarded the role of protagonist of the process itself. Concerning this point, qu'est-ce qu'il y a? Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, the framework of public-private relationship is yet still markedly critical. The cooperation between government, regions, local bodies, and private companies become necessary to coordinate initiatives. The changes in the demand for the enjoyment of art, tourism, and culture are now very fast. And the affirmation of emerging countries also in this area are reshaping the global equilibrium, particularly in terms of tourist flows. This phenomenon, as is evident, involves important economic consequences related to employment beside prestige ones. We cannot avoid responding with similar changes in the offer. European Community has developed over the years a policy to support the development of the European culture area, to protect cultural sites and collection of member states, to develop the artistic and literature creation, to protect cultural diversity and support EU cultural industry, cinema, audiovisual, publishing, music industries, which are major sources of income and job creation, in order to make them globally competitive. At the same time, European Community pays particular attention to the development of technological innovation processes in the field of cultural in general. It could not be otherwise, since, as we said, cultural demand in Europe is rapidly evolving into forms of consumption, learning, and participation dictated by the use of ICT. In particular, European programs offer a wide range of opportunities on the application of new technologies, such as multimedia, ICT, and those related to training, to enhancement, dissemination, and circulation of cultural resources in Europe. But the analysis carried out on programs aimed at promoting and developing research activities in the field of technological innovation impacting on the cultural heritage sector highlights some weakness, related primarily to the fact that the financial lines do not seem to approach the cultural sector according to an industrial supply chain logic, specifically by funding companies that develop new technologies in the cultural heritage sphere. In the proposal of the European Commission for Horizon 2020, cultural heritage has been omitted completely, thus taking away all funds previously available for research and services in this field. This decision has serious consequences, since the whole basis for the conservation and the production of cultural heritage in Europe will be eliminated, probably for many years to come. Only through research and innovation it is possible to meet the complex challenges involved in protecting our cultural heritage. Research funding provided within the EU framework programs is essential for Europe, as it guarantees the development and implementation of state-of-the-art methods that are urgently required all over Europe, not only for preserving irreplaceable cultural assets, but also for nourishing them. Without research, such assets cannot be cared for in the most sustainable manner, leading to the loss of a significant part of our cultural identity and an important economic factor that amounts to 3.3% GDP in Europe and the turnover of 380 billion euros from tourism. Thus, The exclusion of cultural heritage research from Horizon 2020 would be a disastrous step backwards for Europe as a cultural entity, as well an extremely negative signal to the rest of the world. This is why we have launched a petition requesting the EU to acknowledge fully its responsibility now and in the future to put cultural heritage research back high on its agenda and to address the topic appropriately in the next framework program. It's now clear that culture has an important impact on our society and economy from different points of view. The development of innovation in the cultural heritage sector to increase its value also required thinking about additional and very important topics, such as considering the contribution of tourism and creativity, education and research. These different ways of cooperation may be the flywheel of the development of territories. As our President of the Republic, Mr. Napolitano, said, innovation is preservation, and no more time is left. And today, the most reliable guide for the future is the past. Thank you.
Okay, now I invite Francesco Nucci from engineering to do his presentation. Francesco is the Director of Research at Engineering Research Development Department. And as I said before, he has a lot of experience in researching a cultural heritage project. So I will leave the floor to Francesco for his presentation. And just to inform you that after this presentation, we will have a 5-minute break since we have to arrange here for the round table. So in 5 minutes, then we start again with the final part of the event. That is, we think it will be finished around 4 o'clock.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this invitation, and thanks to Silvia. I will try to be very short because I think that the time is under pressure, and I would like to give you the opportunity and to give us the opportunity to discuss during the roundtable. So this is my perspective. We see that we say innovation for culture, but I say something more, something different. Culture for business or culture for future. I think this is our. We can say that this is our slogan for the future. We, as Patrizia told us, there is no possibility, I think, in Europe without culture, of course, but not just for preservation, but preserve for the future and preserve for the business. My perspective is a perspective of a private industrial company. So there is we are not talking about culture for something that is, I mean, let's say something for a no-profit organization, but it's something for business. We need culture for business. And let me say, if we say cultural heritage, this is important, but I would like to enlarge the floor, to enlarge the perspective, also to the creativity, as we already start in assets and also in the previous presentation about this. If we see culture as a baseline for creativity, we will see that this is something that is impossible, don't face for the future of Europe. And creativity means music, means audiovisual system, but means also design. And from Italy, we can say a lot about design. And I think that design means fashion. And fashion is something that is, you can understand what is the industrial, the business impact of the fashion sector. So this is true that we can think about culture because culture opened the doors for a lot of different business opportunity and industrial opportunity. I think that we can start to think in this direction. Some topics, so this is the basic message that I would like to pass to you. And in line with this message, I would like to think something about the new Horizon 2020. That is probably also something that we will discuss in the round table. And I think that we can start to think something that is quite common in technology-based industry, that is the open innovation approach and the business ecosystem approach. This is, I think that we can start to think and in line with Europeana, that is basically this kind of approach and asset as well. So what means for us open innovation? Open innovation means that there is no more something that is developed, designed, and studied inside a closed lab in the industry, but the innovation in an industry, also for an industry as engineering, that is a private company, should came for a different plethora of actors, of partners, including institutions, including public partners, and something like that. And this means that the innovation, as in this famous figure, can come from outside or going outside. This is our approach. I think that this is, again, something that can be a good representation of the European approach, also for the future perspective of Europeana, because up to now, we Europeana, and the people working around Europeana with this open innovation approach worked for aggregate, of course, to improve the services as assets. Now it's time, I think this is in line with the European Commission perspective, it's time to understand how use this as a fertilization for a lot of different business opportunity and industrial opportunity. And this is exactly something that is the open innovation approach. If you see the white paper or the people that are talking about open innovation or business ecosystem, there is let me say, sometimes also something that is a buzzword. And people say, okay, this is a business innovation, business ecosystem, but the matter of fact is just business as usual. Inside the cultural heritage, I think that despite something that is quite conservative in the approach, there is a good opportunity for this to open the box of the cultural heritage technologies and approach. So this, just to give you a short example of something that came, we discussed a lot about value chain. That is true, but I think that value chain, and that we should include all different actors in the value chain, but maybe if we start to think about ecosystem, is something that is more than a simple value chain. And this is just an example where we have basically 3 dimensions, 3 different value chains. One value chain is between content providers and final users, and this is one line, but there is also the technology dimension that is can contribute in a different way. But we have also the policy and standard. That is another dimension. You know, everyone knows what is the importance of standard inside technology. So this is one opportunity for culture as well, to understand how to manage standard. But what's more important is the policies. And so we are here also thanks to the European Commission that funded this project. This is very important. And this is very important because we start to talk about social innovation. That is something that is that has a deep background in the culture. How we can talk in the future about social innovation, this is again a new word. How we can talk about social innovation without culture, this is impossible. And this is the reason because we should think about all the innovation policy framework that don't include just industry or just technology people, but all these different perspectives, talent. And this is, again, something that is important about culture. If you know the Richard Florida book and theory, you know that the so-called creative class is something that can have a real improvement in terms of the economic perspective in one local region. So it's clear that we can attract this creative class throughout the culture. How attract these people without culture? So this is one of the dimension in this scenario, and this scenario will increase or can be leverage the economic growth of a countries, of a region, of Europe, and this is very important for this in this period. So let me say again, the online petition. This is. I will conclude with this again with this statement. I will have here, and we can. Also, for the people that is following us in streaming, we can say that it is very important to sign and to vote this online petition. So this is my last message, and then we can go on with the roundtable. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your patience that we have another unexpected break, but now we are starting our roundtable. As you can see, we are all here. And we have 3 roundtables here, not just one. So we are expecting something more than a normal roundtable. And you know everybody that tomorrow and this afternoon had the possibility to present themselves and to have a speak. So we have a new invited speakers, that is Marco Marcella from the European Commission. He is the Deputy Head of Unit of e-Content Future Internet. And he is new in this unit, but he's working for European Commission for 2000. So he has a lot of experience on all the dynamics policies of the European Commission, and he can give us a good vision, good overview on from the Commission side. And he's project officer of other projects of Europeana, so he's quite familiar on which are the activities of Europeana in the European digital libraries, and of course which are the expectation from Europeana and from the Commission, because of course the Commission has put a lot of effort in the building up of Europeana, and they are fostering a very good results, since Europeana has to be the unique access to the cultural heritage point where all the European cultural heritage is aggregated, and the main reference point of the European culture. Then now we start with our roundtable, and this roundtable I would like to have a dynamic roundtable where I will put some hints, and I will ask to someone some thoughts, some vision about specific topics. I have to say that I would like to call us now in this opportunity, we are a culture ecosystem, because we have a representatives from the different actors. This is the value chain, let's say, of our business. And we have the industry, we have content providers, and also users of culture. Then we have people that, culture organizations that are investing on the innovative services for a better exploitation of the cultures. We have Europeana, that Europeana is one, I have to say, of the success story of promoting the usage of cultural heritage. And we have representative of industries. We have Patrizia that is representing an association of private industries working in culture. We have large industries that is investing again on culture because they see that culture, as Patrizia said before, is our capital, is our heritage, and can create business. We need to exploit what we have. And then we have the European Commission that is, from one hand, a funding bodies, because it's the one who wants to promote also with monetary effort the improvement, the enhancement of the exploitation of culture, and also the body who give the policy at European level. So I think we are a complete group of people that can represent all the aspects. I have to say that we can represent also final users, the end users, because each of us individually can be the ones that want to use in a better way, not just from a business point of view, but as citizens, like you, all of you are the users of the services, innovative services that can change the exploitation, the usage of cultural heritage. So, saying that, I would like to have three main topics that can arise our discussion. The first one is how it's possible to create business opportunity using culture, starting from cultures, and how it's possible to link culture to industries and to the private sectors. And it is obvious that the first two candidates to reply to these questions are the industry partners, and I would start with Francesco. Then if you can give your point of view relating to these aspects.
Thank you for this opportunity, for this question. And I mean, in any case, this is a complex question. Not complex in terms of the answer, but in terms of the possibility. There is a lot of possibility that is key. I mentioned already in my speech the design. Design is a good opportunity to create value in terms of business. And when I think this, I think also not just the opportunity to do business, but what means to doing business today for Europe. This is one of the questions. Business in terms of economic growth, in business in terms of the possibility to face the economic crisis, and so to face also what means doing business in Europe comparing with the rest of the world. I think this is our value is the culture, our opportunities using this culture comparing with the other part of the world. And for instance, design, that is my mind, is something that has become that it is use the culture heritage, and this is a very simple opportunity. I know that this answer is quite generic. This is clear, but I don't like to now to demonstrate using specific how to do business specific around cultural content, even because my company is a technological provider, is a software company. So I'm not an expert on how sell, for instance, a book around culture, how doing business with the museums. I'm not an expert on that, but I am an expert on technologies, and I think that integrating technology with culture is anyway an opportunity for business. And the other very simple answer is about tourism. As Patrizia told, it's not possible to move around, to move out the Colosseum. And it's not possible even to copy the Colosseum, because it's just one, or the Colosseum, but this is just an example we have in outside in Paris. Nobody can copy about this. Yeah, yeah, it's clear, but you copy just the tower, not the aura around that, and not the territory. Because so just to conclude and giving you another business perspective around culture and around tourism that is very simple. You know that using internet, you know the long tail model, and this is again an opportunity to do business around culture, because you know that there is this problem in Italy, but in France, that everyone go in the same place. Instead, using a good usage of internet technology can distribute these people, and this means business. Or just to give you another example is about cinema. That is part of culture, and it's difficult to believe how much value can create the cinema, the movie maker, around tourism. The cine tourism example it's a beautiful example, and just to have an example, the New Zealand, after the Lord of Rings, is an increasing in time of tourists, incredible increasing. They moved from something as 800,000 to 1.2 million of tourists. Yeah, and the Da Vinci Code is another example. So this is using culture to do business in a right way. I mean, is let me say good business, because it means the growing of economic, the growing of the territory, and distribute this business.
Yes, I would like also to add one point here. When we talk about how to make closer industry to culture, what I mean is that industry can be the users of culture. It can be the one that can exploit. So I don't talk about ICT company who are willing to create ICT services in order to enhance the access, in order to innovative services to create the killer application. But I'm thinking also to those industry that can create benefit of using services for exploitation of culture. And then I would like to see from a content provider or cultural organization point of view, what do you think about to collaborate with industry, and in which sense you can collaborate it?
Can I say something before you pass the microphone to the content? For us, I think business with making business with culture means work in the field of quality of life. If we assume this, so we have a big vision on it. But to do this, and also to become an industry that uses culture, that means that the culture has to use a language and the codex that the industry understand. Nowadays, and we were talking about with Gigi before about this, it's not possible for each other to understand because they don't speak the same language. Culture is, we say in Italian, I don't know the word in English, autoreferential. I mean, culture speaks a language that only the people that work in the culture understand. The industry has a language that only that the culture doesn't understand. If we exchange codex and we can start understanding each other and work together. And that's very important that the content provider starts using languages that both the world can understand and exchange.
And I think that to say that content providers to use the languages to be understanding, I think it is something that it's probably on both sides. They have to try to understand each other, of course. And I think that, Max, if you want to reply to my question, that is quite linked to what Patrizia said, that which are your expectations from industry, and if you think that is useful, important, or fundamental, that to create this kind of synergies?
Yeah. So I think what our area is now starting to learn is also to let go the content which we have. I don't know how to express it. We have now been digitizing material for quite a long time, and we are used to be curators of this content. So this is in our institutions. We are taking care of this, etc. So we need some kind of change of mindset to learn that what we have now, this is, I'm now talking about public domain content. This is something which belongs to everyone. This is something where others can really create value on top of it. So this does not belong to us. So I think this is a mindset change which is starting now, which is emerging, but where we are still quite in the beginning. I'm also talking about my institution, because we also have to learn, okay, this content can also be used by others. And I think the industry can on the other hand, play an important part in helping us achieving our goal in reaching our users. So there's a lot of value which can be created on top of our content, and which helps us achieving exactly this goal, because we want to involve our users, we want to talk to them, and we are not necessarily very good in this. So we are quite okay, I would say, in the analog area, creating museums experience, reading room stuff, etc. But we are not so advanced. I'm talking generally about the field in how to engage in the digital area. So I would say that this really could create a lot of mutual benefits. So. Industry being able to work on the content which we have, and on the other hand, we having new ways to engage with our audience. Maybe you would like to add something from your perspective?
Yes, I'm not sure I know what I want to say, because I have it's interesting discussion. I have several unclear issues. First one is what are we thinking of when we say the word culture? And we can use it in the most wide way, and I think that's a way we tend to use it generally. And then culture would go from culturally, beni culturali, as Italy says, the cultural goods, to food, fashion, whatever. But even Facebook or Twitter, or I mean, there are communication activities. But I have the impression that in the back of our minds in this discussion, we're thinking of thinking culture, as Europeana says, as more or less all the things you can find in Europeana, all that represents human activity through time. If I position myself in that perspective, I think we are in the first stage of everything. Meaning with that we have done the huge effort of getting into the digital world, that is making our contents understandable and manageable by information systems, and that we're there. That we have imagined some business models here and there that produce some revenue. That's good for you. But if we keep thinking in machines, talking to machines, we will never get further on. You have to think more and more of machines speaking with value creators. And value creators, we have the model in which we all think it's wonderful as users. Okay, you can generate. But then there are other ways of creating value, here where industry can intervene. And it's only, I think, through value creation, it's only from the point of view, and for example, this is just a concept, you take Europeana and you split it in 200,000 parts, and each part has a sense and coherency internally. So who's going to do that? That has to be done. And who's going to be behind to push that and make it accessible? Those are the issues that are awaiting us. Now, that's why I say we're in the first level. We have brought everything to a point where we can start discussing. In France, there are the French portal has 5 million objects, so that's huge. I mean, you could find anything. Who's using the portal? Very few people, because it's a kind of unmanageable way of presenting information. So now we have to start managing information. So we are working in assets and all the other projects in order to imagine tools that will produce value. But there's one point where there has to be a stronger input. It may be just a money input of having cultural industrials work more directly with contents, or generating a new category of services, of people working, of workers. There's a very interesting discussion going into the media, the journalism world. I mean, what's the value of information when it's presented by a journalist or is presented by the way on the web by a group of users? How can we capitalize the huge amount of information circulating? And the conclusion is that an individual has very few possibilities of making his way, or at least it takes such a huge amount of time that I that work 10 hours per day, I don't have the time. So I'm expecting somebody to do it for me. So television is perfect, because somebody's, even if I may criticize or not agree, but somebody has done the work. So how will we do the work with all that's there? And this, I think, is a great challenge for us, how we can give value to information by putting it together, but creating links in terms of knowledge. C'est la gestion des connaissances. So how does knowledge go around that and create really new values for our society?
Thanks a lot. And Marianne, if you can give some, I would like to have some keywords, some slogans for your perspective about the link between industry and cultural organization.
Yes, but I would come back to something you were saying, let go of content. I really like that expression because from our perspective, we have not so many links with the industry, but of course with the value creation, and that is something which is very important. So we need also cultural institutions, and from our perspective, we are more in the research area, research into history of European integration, to be specific, but research into history. We need access to all those archives, to all those objects which are in those archives. We need to access them, we need to be able to use them, we need to be able to create value, create knowledge with them, and in the end, to integrate them within other collections or coherent, curated ensembles of documents, and to re-inject them in this circuit. And therefore, it's a very important question of, do cultural institutions want to let go of that material? What does it mean, let go? Who will be in charge? Because when you say about we create value, we need the tools to create the value. Which infrastructure, and I'm coming back to what I was saying this morning, which infrastructure, in a very general term, which digital infrastructure? The cultural heritage infrastructure, the research infrastructure, for example. Who will be in charge of creating the tools, the services to analyze these objects, to link them one with the others? Is there a limit where one stops, the other starts? In my opinion, as I was talking about these e-humanities clouds, there are very many different ways these can overlap, these can interact. With industry, it's probably the same ideas, but we need to have a much more coherent approach that we can interact. And so far, and I had over lunch already some discussions about that. For example, the cultural heritage sector and the research sector, humanities, history, whatever you want, there's no real connection, or not one you visibly can see between those. There's a few initiatives here and there, but we need to be much more coherent and have a really approach, because in the end, it doesn't matter who gives the tools, who gives the services, as long as you can integrate them in different platforms that they can
interrelate, that they are interoperable. So this is about value creation, which is very important from our perspective, and I think there is a lot of things to be done. Also, I think on the European level to foster that coordination, that collaboration between those different sectors. So we thought about industry, we thought about culture, we thought about publishers, we thought about research who are using the cultural assets and who are giving back curated, connected collections of this material.
Thank you, Marianne. This is very clear, and I completely support on what you said. And now I would like to know the vision from Europeana about, because as far as I can interpret till now, your cooperation has been done with research organization, with cultural heritage, and very seldom with the industry. And
yes, on a content level, yeah. In most projects, some industry partners, such as yourself, participate,
sure.
of course, but that's usually on a technological level, not necessarily on a content, working with the content level. And that has been mostly not that we don't want to cooperate with industry partners, but the existing data exchange agreement doesn't allow for us to open up the data, and that has been a big problem. We are frequently approached by very interesting companies that want to do very useful things. You may have heard of Layar as an application, a virtual reality application. They approached us a year ago. They want to do some very interesting things with Europeana content. We had to say no. So a very big barrier to cooperation with creative industries has been the license on the data that we have in Europeana. And of course, if you want to have industry reuse the data, the first, of course, is that they need to be able to find it. So that's obviously where Europeana can play a role. The second is that they have to be allowed to use the data. So for the metadata, that's fairly simple. You can consider that as advertising data. Basically, it's about getting people to your content. So yeah, we strongly encourage all data providers to make that data available, freely available. But for the content, of course, you have all these issues with rights. And what we try to do there is make sure that that we make it clear for every object what you actually can do with it. Is it in the public domain? Is it perhaps released into CC0 into the public domain? Is it something that that was published under a CC, a Creative Commons license, or is it something that where there actually are rights holders? And yes, it's a drag, but you have to contact the people, the holders of the content to clear rights. And in many cases, yes, that will still remain necessary. But the first step is to make the data about the objects, make that freely available, and that's already a very big step. And we understand that for the cultural heritage institutions, it's already a very big step because that also has a strong element of that letting go of your data, which Max mentioned. But the important thing to remember about creative industries is that they are creative, that they the best idea of what you can do with cultural heritage data does not necessarily come from the cultural heritage institutions. They know about the data, but they don't necessarily know very creative ways to exploit the data. And so you have to find ways to reach out to startup companies, to very small companies, or creative people in larger companies, and make the data freely available so that they can put their creativity to work to build wonderful applications and wonderful companies.
Yeah. Daniel? No, I just a comment that I completely agree with you, and if I have understood well, there are two main problems that you have. One of is the clearance of the right. So in this case, industry or ICT can try to provide some tools in order to help the right clearance.
Yes.
And this can be something that can be useful. And then we, of course, as you said, that the creative industry can, as I said before, it's exactly what you said, that I think that the industry can find a creative way to exploit the data, and Europeana can be the means of discovering the data. And this is something that I believe that this can be a good solution to start this collaboration in a current way, as Patrizia said before, to create this kind of synergies. And Daniel, were you?
Yes, something totally opposite. Let's imagine this is a different meeting. There are no institutional representatives, no industrials, no cultural heritage representatives, and it's a user meeting. Okay, so we will discuss what can we do with Flickr, Facebook, YouTube, and we just do it. And people are just doing it, what we are talking about, without caring about rights. They just pick photographs around, they write comments, they create walls, etc., etc. So there's a huge gap between what we are saying and what is happening. So one issue is how we can get there, not teach them to manage rights. And I agree that we need efficient tools to do that. But how we can bring a new face to those activities which are already well installed. There are 20,000 hours online of footage from the Fukushima accident. So. And that, no institution made that. Just people put it together and created links and started saying, you know this person, you know this person, you know this person. That's social activity. So how we can interfere would not even be the word. Collaborate, be seen by those community who tend to ignore us. Because the first time they say the word rights, they just go away because they can find the content otherwise without paying any rights. So there are several gaps. I'm not being negative. I'm just living the contradiction of me being a cultural heritage institution, so I have to take care of rights. No copies, no nothing. And then what I see is happening around me with exactly the same contents.
I think that the content that is used or is created in the social media is something that, of course, has no rights because it's something that comes directly from the users.
Yeah, but they're using contents that have rights.
Yes.
So I think that Daniel has a very good point. So there are the cultural heritage institutions that needs to respect these laws with, which are about IPR rights, which are awful for them. So also our colleagues from Santa Cecilia was talking about material they were producing, and after for some American singer was Lomax, and he died, and after 10 years they got sued because they published some material from his wife. And on the other side, the reality of our world is that the people have different ways to get to this material and to publish this material. So isn't it not the time that the maybe European Commission sees this situation and to act and to change these IPR laws, because they are just preventing you to make public the best material. Yeah, that I don't know if there is something
I can
from
tell
Marco
you,
that could sound.
From our point of view, you will never change the laws, or it would take 20, 30 years. And there is a terrible law, not in all countries, in France and other countries, which is moral rights. And that stops everything. I cannot draw a mustache on that Gioconda.
Unless you're Michel Duchamp.
Unless you're Marcel Duchamp. But the moral rights were not clear at that time.
No. No.
I think the process is not top down, but bottom up. And I think we need no more engineers, storytellers.
Well, I'm an engineer by training, and I would like to tell you a story. I know. No, there's one comment I would like to make. We were discussing use of cultural material by industry. So we're thinking about companies. And if I was starting up a company, I would think about, I would probably think about rights and make sure that my company doesn't get sued. So companies, people that try to create a business model, that's a different category from end users who have never heard about copyright. So yes, that's a very important problem, but that's not one that we can solve. The only thing we can do in that respect is make it easy for them to do the right thing and make it clear for them what they can and cannot do. But for companies, it's a different matter. There we can play a role in, and it's usually complex, and you're at the rough end of it, obviously in audiovisual. But there, I think we have an opportunity in the cultural heritage sector to set up perhaps infrastructures to make it easier to clear rights, etc. And a lot of work has already been done in projects such as Aero Plus, etc. So big parts of that infrastructure are already there, and it's about using them.
Yeah, I think that's what you said and what Daniel said. It's something different. You are talking about users as companies using content. You are talking about using content by final users.
Yes, but I'm not putting one against the other and say we should talk about users and not about companies. What I'm saying is we have to find ways to bring all the cultural industry closer to the users, and with different models, with new models, how we can contribute, not fight against or compare.
Sure.
If I can add something, I don't think that we need less on engineer or less from the other side. Instead, my point of view is that currently what is missing is the value that we discussed during the break. We need someone or maybe a group of persons which work in the value in the value chain between the engineers that are thinking to the technology and talk by using specific terms which are incomprehensible to the rest of the world. And from the other side, we have other stakeholders, which are the expert, the domain expert of the culture, that speaks by using a terminology which is incomprehensible for the engineers too, and for the rest of the world. So maybe the value, you said also during the break, maybe we have to think in terms of a new feature of person that work in order to bring in together. And it's not only one person, because when we talk about dissemination, is one, from my point of view, one of the most important aspects. But unfortunately, I would say, especially for the experience that I have in the European project, is underestimated. Because we should need more effort for translating the technological effort, the technological assets we have in a more comprehensible terminology for spreading the knowledge. I mean, we have experience of, by referring to Italy, we have Piero Angela, which is one of the most important persons, which is able to talk about technology, science, and everything by using a poor language and explain the terms in order to explain the technology, also complex technology to my mother, which doesn't care nothing about technology. So why we are not thinking to a new job, a new profile, person which are group of persons which allow to reduce the gap. In other words, it makes sense for me to say there is an interoperability issue, okay, between engineers, domain expert, and the rest of the world. We are recognizing that this is a real asset. We need someone or a group of persons which are able to reduce this and explain the real advantage that we could derive. it was, for me, it was interesting during the break to explain you some aspect that was maybe not clear during our presentation. So we need to spend more time for presenting better our assets. But this is the experience I have. I don't know if you agree on that, but maybe we need new roles, new persons for doing this job.
Can I just maybe add something to it? I think it's very... Oh, sorry. Just very briefly, I think the idea of storytelling is very important to create value, and also the idea that you don't need the technicians. When the storytellers go into business, you know, creating value, it doesn't depend whether they come from industry or somewhere else. They need to be able to make abstraction also from the technology, and I think this is very important. But they also have to understand, and there you come in, have input from the technology side, but in a very comprehensible way. And as we have a vertical approach, we live that every day between a historian and a computer scientist, finding the right vocabulary and understanding each other what they should do. We have a 10-year experience in this way. So, but the storytelling is very important, and we need to create new profiles, new job descriptions for this kind of storytelling in the digital age. I think that is very important.
Okay, so I would like to ask to your voice, of course, and but I would like to see which is your position as deputy head of unit, and what do you think about this to create this kind of synergies between all these different actors that goes from industry to the content providers?
Good. So, but since I came only this afternoon, I think that I have to thank you for actually inviting me here. And I have to thank you for something which it is very useful. It's a learning experience because I'm taking notes here, and I have on my little piece of paper taking a number of issues that I will take with me, and including a link and of web addresses that we will discuss internally in the unit. You know that I here today representing the if you want, the unit that supports financially the CIP projects, the ICT PSP program, and our role is really to support the policy that you all very well know on cultural heritage online. And if I take, let's say, the stream of discussions which I could follow today from your presentations, Patricia, up until the discussion right now, I went back into these publications, which is the new Renaissance report, is the report of the Comité des Sages. I see that you all know it, so I don't need to say more on it. And why do I make reference to this report? Because I do believe that there are recommendations expressed there that go along the directions you mentioned today. And I want to elaborate on this, especially on the link between industries and creating values. An important element, let's say that you know that our approach. Let's wait. Our approach in supporting the institutions was, let's say, it's done, over. So now I start. You know which kind of approach we followed so far. It's obvious that when we started the supporting of Europeana, our major preoccupation was to make sure that content was available there. And I think that you all know, so the effort of the European Union in making sure that the metadata, the content is available and accessible online. You know our targets, you know where we are now, 20 to 35, 20 millions. And for those of you, which of course belonging to the community that it is a CIP community, I'm pretty sure you all have seen the work program with the call that is currently open, where you see that the approach in aggregating content for Europeana remain, but there is also this Europeana in creativity stream that actually is opening up to it calls for projects and proposals to make sure that the content that is available through Europeana can be let's say, reused by the creative industries. So there are funding opportunities now, not only to make sure that the content is available to Europeana, but that there is the possibilities of reusing it to generate value. And why do I take this as a starting point for my intervention there? Is that it tells you the importance, the social, that we again all know, and the business value of culture. I mean, the estimate of 100 billion euro to digitize our cultural heritage, it is very well portrayed as a key challenge for member states and for the European Commission. I want to build on a number of other words I heard today to then go into this the discussions on H 2020, on which I do have something also to add to the discussions. The other word is the importance of discussions or diffusions of information. The role of partnership and also the consortium, the European consortium, goes along those lines. I'm coming from a field, I know I'm new in this unit, but I've been working for 12 years in the learning field and supporting technologies for supporting enhancing learning applications. And for those of you who have participated in some of these projects, you know that one of the major challenge it is also here is to make sure that the different components that contribute to innovation, they talk each other and they understand each other, they have a common vocabulary. And there, it took also time, because there you have the technological strands that has to cope with the terms from the pedagogical perspective, the cognitive perspective. It is an issue, and we do believe that the networking discussions, and it is a component, a strong component of that alignment. So yes, it is a challenge making sure that the people understand each other. I'm not sure that just one document would clarify that. So it will take a little bit of time. And it takes us to another point, what is the role of partnership and the role of clusters of excellence, which, by the way, is also another element which is being raised in this report. So how can we support, not only we, let's say we, in this case, I take out my computer science background, I'm also the commission perspective. How can we support that evolution? It is through national consortia, you know, the activities that we're doing in CIP. We do the work working specifically in projects like yours, like Europeana. But we do also believe in clustering and partnership at regional levels with local actors, with local institutions. I think I do believe that that in that sense we are strengthening our approach, and not particularly so. As I might have, let's say, when I read your question, I understood it as you don't care about cultural heritage anymore. You commission, not me personally. And as I said, I will invest time in looking after the documents you portrayed today and the discussions you are having. But I want to take let's say that I want to go into the discussions on supporting research, innovation. You know that the Horizon 2020, as discussed this morning, it is the attempt of the European Commission. This for the first time, it's not an attempt, this for the first time, we don't have the FP7, FP6 for research framework anymore. We have one single funding program proposed on the table that puts together research and innovation. So the two elements are not part of different programs, but they are together. And the Horizon 2020 was proposed in what is called the multi-annual framework, which is the document, the prospective documents of the European Commission setting out the strategic directions. Together with the H 2020 work program, there was also the proposals for the Connecting Europe Facilities program. And I want that to be taken into account as well in your discussion, because when we talk about, let's say, the word disappearing, so that we, as I said, portraying the message that there is no support for what we are discussing today now, I'm not sure that this is entirely, if I understand correctly the question, I'm not sure that this is entirely correct. If you go to the CAF, the proposal of the European Commission is to put together with the digital services that will run on the top of, let's say, the broadband, which is the topic of the Connecting Europe facilities proposals. You will see that in the digital services there is a strong components for cultural heritage and for Europeana as well. So this should be taken also into consideration. When you go to the proposals for Age 2020, the component on or the importance of the technologies for content, the technologies for creativity, it is there. When you talk about technologies for the words that I heard today, interactions, generating experiences, involvement, or creating values, it is part of that stream which is in the leadership on technologies part of the equations. But that being said, I would need to go back and see the discussions. I know that there is a discussion going on exactly on the role of the terms. So on that sense, I believe that we are making a progress, or where especially if you take the call that is actually open today, which I guess Francesca this morning explained, it matches very well the discussions we had so far. Now, there is funds available to experiment again on aggregation, but also on opening up, let's say, the content for creative industries. And I believe that there will be an interesting reaction to the call from the constituency. But that is also an opportunity for us to taste and see what is the readiness of the constituency to engage in that particular kind of activities. So we might want to repeat this exercise in a couple of months/years to see what actually comes out of that call. Huh?
Okay, thank you very much. If you have some comments relating to the problem of the future of culture, I think that Marco now give us some answers. Because as far as I've understood, he said that, okay, probably you cannot find the word culture there, but there are funding allocated to those services that include also culture, creativities, digital content, and there is also the media world in Horizon 2020 that can, in a certain way, use a new terminologies for funding those activities that till today has been seen as services for culture. I don't know if this is tricky or this is something that in any case can...
It would be nice to see the word.
Yeah, I don't know, okay.
It's so easy to
You're right. So, and I have a question. When do you think that there will be a first call of the Horizon 2020 program?
Yeah, you know that it is now in discussions in Parliament, and it will be the framework covers the 2014 onwards period. So that this is the timing where you may expect. Well, you might expect a call just right before with the budget for 2014, but this is the time frame.
Okay, perfect. So if we have no other comments relating to this issue, I wouldn't raise other topics because I know that people has to live. We have to reach our home, and we need to catch flights, train, and whatever. And I would like to sum up a little bit, just few words. I don't want to be boring because today has been a very long day, very intensive, I have to say. So my impression, I am really happy about the today event. It has been something probably a little bit different of the project event. This is something I found is more interactive. I have seen, probably it's not myself who has to do these things, but I like to always to say what I think, that we have demonstrated a very good collaboration, and I have to see that our project are created a very integrated team, and this can be seen by the results that we have obtained. And today we have expressed in the best way, according to what is possible to do in an event like that, on which are our results and which is the value of our results. And then I'm also happy because I've seen that all people here were interested about on what we were saying, each of us. There are people belonging to assets, but assets was just a section of the event. It was just covering everything. So we leave a space also to other actors, to other projects, to other experience, because since what we say is that we have to create synergies, we have to create a collaboration, and it's, I think it's an added value always to share experience and to see if we can gain advantages, we can give added value on try to create collaboration, to put our strength and our knowledge all together. I think that one of the aim of this event is just to try to enhance, improve the kind of collaboration that can be exploited between us, because we, all of us, are working in this field since a long time ago. We know each other working together or as competitors, or since, I have to say, probably 10, 15 years. And so now I think it's the time to create this sort of, I like the words ecosystem, and to try to collaborate, to compete, and to compete. These new words that in the open innovation it's quite used, this mix between collaboration and competition. And we have, I think that today we have given a good example what can be done. Relating to our roundtable, I appreciate it a lot because it has been quite dynamic. Each of us gave its own ideas, its thought, without looking for approval or whatever. Just say exactly what you think, and this I think is the best way to start to discuss and to collaborate it. Then the last few words relating to some points that has been said during this roundtable is how industry can help the exploitation of culture. There has been different interpretation on this question. One, it is what ICT industry, which are the innovation services that can be created in order to promote exploitation of culture, but in different domains. That can be tourism, that be cinema, and cinema that can improve tourism, tourism that can exploit exploitation. So this industry seems as an actors building ICT services, so building services for fostering in innovation in culture. Then other vision has been the ones that say, okay, industry can be the users of culture, can use culture in order to create new product from the service. This can be used as a new business model that is something different of what we said before, that industry creates services for better accessing culture, or industry that use culture for their own business. Then another aspect has been the social media, the social dimension, how to exploit the social dimension in culture. Because as Daniel underlines before, that we see that there are some social media are today one of the best way to exploit knowledge, to share experience, and to enhance the experience of each of us. Why don't you try to use this model with culture, and how to reduce this gap? A big question that I have no answer of that, but I would like that this will be the final goal of of all our effort. Then, another new concept is to create a new profile, a new role, in order to create interoperability between all the actors of this value chain. So try to group people, typologies of actors, and a new profile that can, in a certain way, make all these different poles interoperable all together. So this means that at the end, when we create this interoperability, we have a unique system, not just components distributed, but a system that links together all these components. And the latest issues that I would like to say that I'm looking forward to see the new program, the Horizon 2020, and I'm pretty sure, very confident, because I am a positive person, that we will have a lot of opportunity to go forward with our work. And I'm quite confident that we will reach a very good result. I would like to meet in 5 years and to see which has been the changes between today and in 5 years' time. We'll be older. Yes, but we will make a better makeup in order to discover this. Okay, so I really, really thank all of you, for all the speakers for coming. I appreciate their presence, and I hope that also from other places, since we are streaming the event, as follows us. And according to the tweeters that we received, it seems that this has been a quite successful also on the website. So it seems that other peoples, we don't know who, and we don't know how many, but other people has followed us. And
we did 10% of the traffic in our website.
Oh. Oh, today, I want to repeat before you have not understood, today it's not so good to say in any case. So he said that today we had the 10% of the traffic in our website, the 10% of 2 years. So in one day, we had just the 10% of what we obtained in 2 years. So the
video, the live stream has been followed by 55.
So the streaming, the event has been followed by 55 people, and not bad. Not bad. We have to thank everybody. Thank you very much.